Good morning. Is it Monday again already? How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Sewing Quarter. The shopping channel is totally dedicated to everything sewing. Everything to do with sewing, we bring it to you. Whether it's patterns, whether it's notions, we're a shopping channel with we're completely different, aren't we? We've got so many gorgeous things to show you. There's my first gorgeous of the day. That's because so many things we bring are totally and utterly gorgeous. My name's John Scott. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Now, before I start the show, I want to say to you, it's a totally interactive show. If you've got any questions, any comments, any feedback or anything, there are two ways you can get in touch. The first way you can get in touch is by getting in touch with Hannah on the web chat. Hannah's the producer on the web chat. What you need to do is go to www.sewingquarter.com and then you bring the red website up, and then what you do is you click on watch the show. There you go, you see watch the show there, watch the live show. You click on that, and then what happens then is you're watching away, and if you just scroll down the page slightly, oh, hang on, there we go. There's a box there that says, keep going, there you go, message the studio. So you can type your message to the studio in there. Message studio, good morning. That's from Hannah. Morning all, she says. And just press send message. Now, while we're still on that page, if we just scroll back up again, we can go down. There we go, That's the way you put something in your basket. So if you're watching the show and you think, oh, that's lovely, I'll pop that in my basket, just click on add to your basket and it'll go straight into your basket. And you need to check out. Now, remember, you can check out as many times as you like, but it's only 1 P&P. It all gets consolidated at midnight. Now, if you go down the screen, if you think you've missed something, there is today's shopping list. Now, obviously, that is yesterday's shopping list there. So in any minute now, that will all disappear and all of the pieces from all the notions, all the fabrics, all the patterns that I'm bringing you today will be there, and you can buy them, put them in your basket from there as well. So if you think you've missed out on your shopping list, then by all means go that way. That's the first way to get in touch on the web chat, or if you don't want to go on the web chat, you can also email us. The email address is studio@sewingquarter.com. studio@sewingquarter.com. So now I've got a lovely show lined up for you today, whether you want to make a kimono. We've got dressmaking for the last 2 hours, because it is dressmaking day. And also, at 9 o'clock, I'm bringing you a show where you can get all your tools, your cutting mats, your scissors, your rotary cutters, your tailor's ham, everything like that. That's at 9 o'clock today. What we're doing first, though, is this gorgeous kimono. Really, really lovely kimono. Now, before we go over and meet Zana and see how we've actually made this piece, I'll just show you the fabrics that I've got on offer for this first hour, and they're gorgeous fabrics. Now, they're 100% cotton, but they're made to look like lace. You'll see what I mean when you get a good close-up. Now, this is obviously the delicate lace in light blue, which will be this one down here. Very clever. Look at that, you see. It's actually a cotton print, but it's made to look like lace. Now, remember, we sell our fabrics by the half-metre increment. So £5.45 for half a metre. You can buy an increment of half a metre up from there, like half a metre, 1 metre, 1.5 metres. But, of course, if you ring the call centre, you can just say to them, I want 6 metres, say, and they will allocate it for you. If you're on the web, 1 unit or one quantity of 1 is half a metre. If you want a metre, you order 2. But if you get confused, just call the call centre, 0800 112 4433. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Really, really. That's the one that the kimono is made out of, as you can see here. Zana will show you in a second. Then we're moving to the dark blue on this, and now you can really see the lace detailing on this one, can't you? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful dark blues in here. Gorgeous, aren't they? Really, really stunning. Got the dark blue and the kind of pale blue lace going on in there, haven't you? Really, really, that's gorgeous. Again, you say, I keep telling you, saying gorgeous. I'll think of another word for gorgeous. Fabulous, stunning. £5.45 for half a metre. Okay, now we're moving on to this one up here, the first one up here. Really, really gorgeous colour. Just changing the graphics for you then. Now, again, it's like the dark blue one. You can see the 2 different colourways working so beautifully together there. It's called a brushed lace fabric in burgundy, that one. Sorry, that was just Hayley walking across the set there, making it pounds. £5.45 for half a metre. All you need to do is dial the number 0800 112 4433. Sewingquarter.com is your website if you want to go and have a look on there. And last but not least, now I love this one. This is kind of the reverse. It's like a Leonardo da Vinci line drawing, that one, isn't it? It's really beautiful. Now, that is in light burgundy. That one's the light burgundy one. At £5.45 for half a metre. I mean, just absolutely stunning. Right now, before I do go over to Zana, I also want to show you this book, right? This book, which I'll be showing you all day today. We love it. We absolutely love it. It's the A to Z of sewing. The A to Z of sewing. And it's just lovely. It's got everything in it that you need to know. Let me just flick it open for you. Now, if you're a beginner or if you're a restarter... oh, look, it's by Country Bumpkin. That's a nice word, isn't it? A to Z of sewing book. It's got everything you need to know about seams, about gathering, about elastication, about all different things. Now, today we might mention, you know, like there's a run and fell seam in this in the 11 o'clock show, 10 o'clock show. So I can tell you all about that via the book, can't I? So that's £12.95. OK, I'm going to go back now and go over to see Zana because she's busy making this gorgeous, gorgeous kimono. So let me put that back there. And I'll just join Zana over here. Oh, you've changed your top. You look lovely. That's a gorgeous colour.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. I'm good. I was at the Craft Awards last night, so I was at a bit of a late night last night. First of all, the fabrics are gorgeous, aren't they?
They are stunning.
So, how did you start? How did you start on this kimono? There's a pattern on the web. It's the Jane Makower. If you go to the Jane Makower website, you'll be able to see the pattern for this, and she gives you ideas of how to make it. But it's a really lovely kind of dressing gown, housecoaty kimono.
Yeah,
look,
I mean,
isn't
it's ideal for when the weather's slightly warmer as well. And I love the light blue as well. It's just coming into spring.
Oh, yes, beautiful. So you could wear it as a dressing gown, but you could also wear it as a kind of, like a duster coat almost, couldn't you? If you're going out, if you've got a column of colour underneath and then just put the duster coat over the top. Really, really nice. Do you know what? Producer Hannah would look lovely wearing something like that. Is it difficult to make?
This is extremely easy to make.
Perfect. So we're going to spend the next hour creating that very kimono, aren't we?
Yep.
OK, I'll let you get going then and set off.
So you want at least 2 different types of fabrics, so you can mix and match the colours of the fabrics that you've shown earlier. And what you'll need to do is you can either do this as in yards or you can do it in metres. I've just done it in metres, but we will be working in inches.
OK, so how many metres do you need? If I was going to make exactly what you've got there, how many metres of fabric do I need?
You'll be needing 2 metres.
Of the pale blue?
Yes.
And then
the pale blue, the main bodice fabric, and you will be needing 2 metres of that.
So 2 metres for the main fabric, and then how much do you need for the trim, the dark blue?
For the trim, you need at least 95 inches in length.
So but you can create those with making strips, can't you?
So I would say a good 2.5 metres just to be safe. Of your length. Of
your length, but you wouldn't need to buy 2.5 metres, would you? You could go buy a metre and cut it in strips.
You could, if you wanted to put it in strips, absolutely, you could do that.
OK, brilliant. So, how do we start?
OK, so you want to, it's always good to wash fabric first, and then you would need to iron it. I'm just going to trim this here because I have measured this previously. OK. Pardon, I'm just going to cut just there. And what I love about this is that all the cutting is just straight.
Just all straight seams?
Yep.
The fabric is lovely, isn't it? That light blue, delicate lace fabric.
I love lace, and sometimes lace is very tricky to work with, so to have something that sort of looks like lace.
Exactly. Well, you're
not as fiddly as lace.
No, because you're one of your main things is you make wedding dresses, don't you? So you must come across a lot of
lace sleeves. Oh goodness, it's very exhausting to try and work with lace. Yes. It takes hours to fix. I'm just going to pop a pin in here just to mark.
So how did you, like I say, if you go to the Jane Makower website, you'll be able to see the pattern for this. Does it give you measurements on the pattern of how long you need to make your pieces and things?
It gives you basic measurements, but the thing is, if you're quite tall, then make it 1.5 meters long.
OK, perfect.
I'm quite small, so 1 meter is very long on me.
Exactly.
So. What I would say is that if you meet halfway here, you need your selvages together.
Yep.
There. And you just want to cut down the centre.
So are you cutting it exactly in half?
It is folded, just to keep you informed. It is on the fold here.
And you're just cutting that piece of fabric in the half?
Yeah.
Now the scissors
doesn't have to be super neat. I love these scissors. They're very
beautiful,
long.
Aren't they? They're Fiskars dressmaking shears, £22.95. Very, very sharp.
Very long.
Thank you.
Nice, comfortable grip as well.
Yeah.
That's quite important with cutting large amounts of
Viscose
fabric.
is renowned. They're renowned for
Yeah.
making high, top quality utensils and notions, aren't they?
Well, they stay sharp for quite a while. I've got a few pairs.
I've used Viscose from when I trained in the early 80s.
Oh, we've got the little mini ones as well. I like these.
Yeah, we'll come to those in a second. Yeah, they're lovely. They're all really, really nice, aren't they?
And you want your right sides together for this.
So you're now folding it.
Oh, we unfolded it.
Oh, unfold it, sorry.
Unfolded it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Where do you want it on there?
Yeah, we just want to meet it together with the selvages together.
There you go.
And the selvage on the side here is going to be the armhole.
Oh, okay.
The sleeve hole
Yes.
there.
The thing is, we're making a kimono out of this fabric. Think of all the other things you could make. If you're a dressmaker, going to a wedding, wouldn't it be lovely as a wedding?
Oh, beautiful frock.
Yeah, like a mother of the
I was
bride.
thinking
Or,
that.
well, it doesn't have to be a mother of the bride, does it? But anybody going to a wedding, really, and then you could accessorise it with
Even a
fabulous
summer
hats and
jacket,
shoes.
a lightweight summer jacket. I was even thinking this is beautiful in the home.
Yeah, oh yeah, yes, totally.
Nice
And the
cushions
quality,
as well.
the quality is really lovely, isn't
It
it?
is amazing. Yeah, definitely. It's very dense as well for a cotton.
Yes. We had one. Who was it that messaged in? Laura. Laura's messaging saying she's going to make lavender bags out of hers. Oh, are you going to get the maroon? What colour's that one? Sorry. Burgundy. The burgundy. You're going to get the burgundy one to do that. Lovely.
So I'm just pinning it in place just to keep it all together.
Right.
And what we're going to do is we're going to create the sleeves first.
So you're just
So
pinning
we've got
the two
selvages.
side seams together.
Yep, I've put the right sides together.
Yeah.
So the wrong side is facing up.
Yeah.
And all I'm going to do is get my tailor's chalk and start measuring out where I'd like my sleeves.
Yes, the armhole sleevey bits, that's what you're doing next.
Yes, the armhole sleevey bit.
Yeah. I can't see from here if they're stitching or whether it's like a tea garment, that's all.
So what you need to do is you could even use a selvage on here.
Yes.
As well, because that's going to get covered later.
Oh, perfect.
So you're not wasting any fabric either and you're getting the most out of it.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is you want to go 8 inches in.
Yes. And
you want to go 12 inches down.
okay.
So. And that is your...
That's your sleeve.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
the sleeve, and you will be adding on some trim there. You can make your sleeves longer, but then that would narrow the body.
Of course, of course.
So. And then you want to do the same on the other side.
Okay, let me do
Again,
that.
this doesn't have to be millimeter accuracy. It's quite a nice pattern because you've got a lot of flexibility in this pattern if you wanted to make it longer or larger or wider.
So it's 12 down and 8 in.
Yeah, 12 down, 8 in. I'm just using my measuring tape here. You could use a quilter's ruler,
Yes, of
which is
course.
quite nice and long.
Okay.
So you've got that there. So you just want to now cut down and get rid of this triangle, rectangle. Need to learn my shapes there, and this rectangle just here. So you have almost like a T shape.
Okay, perfect. All right.
I'm just going to do that.
So now, if you're new to this, if you're a beginner, would you draw, both of those lines in so you know when you're cutting?
That's always a good idea. So I'm just going to go in and snip. But this is quite a quick pattern. You don't have to spend ages measuring things out.
Yes.
That's what I loved about the non-pattern pattern.
Let me just move that away. What we're doing here is, I don't know if you can see, can you see the kimono from that? Oh, there you go, there's kimono. What we're doing is we're making this gorgeous, gorgeous kimono. And we're doing the body part now. Is that a still or is that a live one there? Can I go over to it? I just want to show you what we're doing at the moment, you see. We're actually doing this bit here. So that is the 12, it was the 12 down there, wasn't it? And the 8 in. And we're just cutting away down there to create that lovely T shape there. That's what we're doing at the moment.
Pop this here. And a little trick my grandma taught me is fold your fabric upwards if you're cutting in a straight line.
Yeah.
Make sure the first initial cut is a straight line.
Of course. Now, somebody's messaging saying where can they get the pattern for this or the details. If you go to the Jane Makower website, there are variations there on different ways to cut and make this kimono. So will you be using those pieces of fabric, or they go in the stash for something else?
They go in the stash for a rainy day.
Oh, lovely. For your little lavender bags.
Ooh, definitely.
So, or for, yes, your lavender bags for your pyjama drawer. That's where Hannah keeps hers. Hannah's my producer.
Onesies, I'm guessing. She wears onesies.
Oh, do you know what would be nice out of this? And Jennifer Taylor did a show, was it last week or the week before, where she did pyjama bottoms. They'd be nice out of this fabric, wouldn't they?
Definitely.
Or in the summer, you know, like lounging trousers almost, you know, kind of...
beachwear as well.
Yeah, it's so versatile, isn't it? So we've gone from wedding outfits to beachwear to pyjamas. Yes. Hannah thinks more about pyjamas than she does weddings, she's saying.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're still doing the other T. So this is the side seam that we're just cutting out now to create the T-shaped garment.
I turn my fabric around just so I'm cutting away from myself rather than towards myself. And it helps if you've got a cutting mat to protect your table.
Yeah, this is a nice one. I'll show you this one later.
Huge.
This is more of a cutting mat. This is more of a protection mat for your table, isn't it? To save you scratching and pinning, making pin marks on your table.
Again, I'm going to save that for a rainy day.
Okay, so let's have a look what we've got now.
So we've got a T shape here.
Lovely.
Really nice and simple. This is the main body of the gown, and all I need to do now, or the kimono, pardon, is measure 10 inches down.
Right.
Because we're going to create the centre front opening.
Okay.
So 10 inches down. I'm just going to mark just there.
Right.
And then what you want to do is from the centre front seam here, as you can see, I've ironed it on the fold, and the reason for that is so I have a little marking already there for myself. You just want to go 5 inches to one side. So 5 inches either side of the central press, as it were. Yeah. And if you have a ruler nearby, which I'll get you one. You carry on measuring. I'll get you a ruler. Yes, there'll be one here somewhere. You just kind of want to angle your ruler that way and draw a line. Oh, hang on. I'll just find you one. So you've got like a V shape, and then you have an opening down the centre. And the V shape is your neckline just there. I have to get Jay to find you one. Everything seems to have disappeared this morning. Is Jay there? It's with a ruler. I could just freehand draw. Go on then. Oh, no, here he is. If you're feeling confident, you know, just go there freehand. Do it. It's a really, really basic. It's a basic non-pattern pattern. Yes, exactly. I had a message from Patricia. Hello, morning, Patricia, my love. Good morning. Oh, Patricia says, what lovely fabric, mimicking lace on the shirt. It's beautiful. Thank you, Patricia. Oh, and she's already received her free sewing kit. She said that she's finding it very, very useful. Because remember, if you buy... sorry, you do your next tip and I'll chat. You show what you're doing. That's fine. I was just saying, once I've cut down my first line that I've drawn, to make it even, what I do is I flip it over onto the other side. Perfect. I'm going to do a couple of markings. Just there. And this is tailor's chalk, it just kind of rubs off. Yes, I mean, if it really gets stuck, you can use a damp cloth. Sorry, John. No, that's fine. Thank you. So there's a lot of moving around here. Out to the front, you're not cutting out to the back. So you have to make sure you don't cut the V out to the back. You're only cutting out of the front of the garment. Perfect. And then you want to cut down the centre front of the garment. Again, you can use these little patchwork or something. Definitely. What Patricia was just talking about was if your first order is over £10, you automatically get one of these sewing quarter sewing kits. They're valued at $14.99 or $14.95. But do you know what? You get that for free with your first order over £10. Thank you. Always useful, yes. Seam rippers are definitely useful. So you're now cutting straight down the centre front. Yeah. And you've got a good ½ inch seam allowance on this garment as well. So if it's not exactly straight.
Now remember, we're busy making this kimono at the moment. You could use this fabric for we've already said, lavender bags, pyjama bottoms, wedding outfit, little summer jacket. We said something else as well, didn't we? Pyjama. Oh, lovely little bag.
Bottoms. Ooh, that would be nice.
Do you know what? Yes, what you could do is make a bag and trim your hat.
You know one of those shopper bags, like a cloth bag to put your shopping in?
Like a tote bag, yes. Very.
Nice.
Oh, that's the poshest tote bag in the town, isn't it?
A lace print bag. I love lace print.
Yes.
I love lace. It's just too difficult to work with sometimes.
Exactly.
So
and also, you wouldn't want a lace kimono, really, would you? Unless, kind of...
No,
you wear this
really...
as a negligee sort of thing.
Yeah, it wouldn't really keep you warm.
No.
But this is nice. It's really lightweight, but it's still heavy at the same time.
Good quality.
It's a medium weight.
Good quality.
Very good quality. When I look at fabrics, especially for something that I'm going to be wearing quite a bit, I actually look at the thread count. I look at the density of the fabric. I make sure that it's very durable.
Of course.
And, of course, this is going to go in the wash.
100% cotton. Well, that's why it's good to wash it as well beforehand. First of all, get rid of any dressing, but also if there is going to be any shrinkage, get rid of it beforehand. Because this is the kind of garment you can just throw in the washing machine over and over.
Yeah.
I'll let you carry on.
I was going to say, all we need to do now is I've just pinned this in place to hold my shoulder seams shoulder to shoulder in place. You just want to stitch the underarm there and the side seams.
Okay.
And then...
across the top there,
across
on
the
both
shoulders.
sides.
On both sides.
Would you pin the whole thing, or if you just pin the shoulder to keep that bit in place, then the rest?
You can pin the whole thing if you're feeling a bit more confident, like I am for some strange reason this morning.
No, that's fine.
I'm feeling very confident that sewing early in the morning.
We'll watch you stitch the first one. Then somebody's asked to see that A to Z book. So let's watch you stitch the first one, so we see where we're stitching, and then while you stitch the second one, I'll go and get the book. I just think the fabric's really... I don't know which colour. I love the kind of... I'll go through the colours for you again in a minute. Lots of people asking about the different colours. I'll go through the colours. We've got the light blue one here. And then I've also got it in dark blue and burgundy and light burgundy. And I'll take you through those in a second. Oops.
So much fabric everywhere.
Yes. There you go. So where are you stitching first, then?
Because it's just a straight stitch, you can either start from the shoulder seams or you can go from the side, because it's going to be one continuous stitch.
Oh, okay.
And you will need to stitch a diagonal.
Oh, we'll have a look at that when you get to it.
There.
Yes, perfect.
So probably start from
just
here.
make sure you don't stitch up the ends of the sleeves.
That has happened previously.
Oh, I'm sure. When you have this much fabric on the table, I'm sure it happens. That's what your quick unpicks for, they're your seam rippers for, isn't it?
Oh, definitely lifesaver. Just put my pincushion to the side. And you just want to use a straight stitch. I like a 3mm stitch with quite large fabrics. You don't want to go any bigger because you do want it to lock quite nicely. And I'm just going for 4/8 on this machine. It's quite nice that this plate tells me exactly where 4/8 is.
But as you say, it's just the whole thing is just straight lines, isn't it? So, okay, so what were you saying about the corner then? Because you're at the corner now, aren't you?
Yeah. Just want to leave your needle in.
Yeah.
Twist your fabric. Pardon me.
I'll
just
get those for you in a second.
Embroidery scissors. And you want to do a diagonal. I've used dark thread just to show you what I've done here.
Okay.
Gone a bit beyond my seam allowance, so I'm just going to pop it back a bit.
Lovely little gift. If you're just starting dressmaking, you're thinking of a lovely gift to do for somebody, you can make them a lovely kimono, because it's Mother's Day soon, isn't it? You can make them a kimono, take them breakfast in bed, and then say, here's a kimono for when you get up as well. That'd be lovely, because there's nothing nicer, is there, than a homemade, a gift you've made with love sort of thing, is it? Because you can, pop along to the shop. Well, mind you, you can pop along to the shop. How much would you pay for a kimono? But, these gorgeous fabrics, £5.45 for half a metre. And you've made it with love.
And it's very age-appropriate, multi-age.
Yes, exactly.
As well.
You make one and then...
So I think it's gorgeous. I know my mum would think it's gorgeous.
Yes.
Now, as this is a wearable item, you do need to backstitch.
Yes.
So much fabric everywhere. Let's get our
Let's just see what we've done. So we've just done along the sleeve, the diagonal at the corner, and then down the, I'll just hold this out for you, there you go. Along the sleeve here, then a diagonal at the corner, and then right the way along the side seam to the bottom, to the hem. Right, whilst you do that, I'll just go and get the book, because there are a lot of people asking about the book. Oh, and somebody's asking about the light burgundy. Shall I do the book first? I'll do the book first, and I'll take you through the fabrics. But this is a fantastic book. I really love, lots of you loving this book. I'll take you through it in a second. It is the A to Z of sewing, and it's such a brilliant book because, I'll just flick it open like this, you see. It's got so many tips in there, all about sewing, about measuring. It is a kind of, I would say it was a beginner or a refresher book because you've got sewing techniques there. Look at plique. You've got all sorts of different things, all the things we talk about all the time, and they're just, and we take it for granted. Stitches, oh, and also there's all the hand stitchings detailing in there as well. Look, you see all the different techniques. Oops, just really, really lovely. Button loops. All these things you might have forgotten or you might not know about, and then as you go through all the different, there you go, blanket stitching, hand stitching there, all the different kind of stitching there. Really nice. Now, it'd be like a go-to book, isn't it, in your sewing rooms? Oh, look, see, all different techniques there. And then as you go through all the different seams as well that we talk about, that is fantastic, isn't it? All that for £12.95. That's a real good, as a gift, somebody who maybe wants to start sewing, or just for you, if you're... What we've had is we had lots and lots and lots of people message in saying, I used to sew, but then I had my children and brought my family up, I had my career, and now because of you, because of the Sewing Quarter, and now dipping my toe back into the world of stitching. Maybe that'd be good as a refresher course, because it's just fantastic. And then pass it on to friends, or pass it on to younger people in the family who might want to learn. A lot of you want to see the fabric. So you're right over there, aren't you, stitching? Yeah. So let me just take you through the fabrics very quickly, because a lot of you are asking about these different fabrics. So the dark burgundy first. I'll let you just have a close look at it. It's a really, really... It's like a lace overlay almost in the dark burgundy. It's like you've got the cream lace and the dark burgundy lace on a dark burgundy background. Now, this is £5.45, remember, for half a metre. Give us a call, 0800 112 4433. Or, of course, you can buy it on the website, www.sewingquarter.com. Now, remember, we sell by half the metre increments. It's £5.45 for half a metre. Now, what is lovely, if you buy... fabric by the half metre. And that's only the fabrics you buy by the half metre. Comes in a beautiful box like this. This side will be delivered. This is just when you buy fabric by the half metre. It comes in a box like this. And then inside, your fabric's wrapped in tissue paper. It's just the most lovely service. That's just the fabric that you buy by the half metre. Okay, moving on. The light burgundy now, which is proving to be the most popular so far. This is lovely. It's like I said, a Leonardo da Vinci... did I say DiCaprio earlier? Leonardo da Vinci line drawing, isn't it? It's delicate lace fabric in light burgundy. £5.45 for half a metre. I don't know if... Can we drop down there? Because there's a little bit... It gets a little bit more intense. Look, you see what I mean? Gets a little bit more intense going down there. It's lovely. I think it's really, really fabulous. That's the delicate lace fabric in the light burgundy. We've also got it in two colour blues as well. We've got it in two blues, which is what we're using for this project now. Starting with the dark blue, are we? Dark blue first. Now, this is like the burgundy. It's like dark blue lace and cream lace overlaid onto a blue background. It's not. It's 100% cotton made to look like lace. It's just beautiful, beautiful, clever printing there at £5.45 for half a metre. That's a really luxurious colour, isn't it? And then last but not least, the pale blue one, the light blue one that we're using for this project. That's there. And then again, really, really lovely intensity to it. Because look at that, it looks like it's got very, very, very delicate lace overlay, hasn't it? But it's actually 100% cotton with that printed on it at £5.45 for half a metre. It's lovely, isn't it? Really, really lovely. Give us a call, 0800 112 4433. Or you can buy the web. We're making this kimono today. Well, I'm not. Zana's making this kimono today. We've just done the side seams and the sleeves, so let's see what the next stage is then.
Okay. Just going to finish up on my shoulder seam here.
Oh, okay. So we've done this seam and that seam.
And then we're going to do the neck.
And then we're going to do this seam. We're just doing this seam. So it's just a T-shaped garment at the moment with a V cut out at the front, isn't it? Such a simple shape, really, and yet quite effective. Now, also, we've done it in 2 fabrics. You could do it all in 1 fabric, or you could do it in 3 fabrics if you wanted to. You could have the trim and the belt in one, the pockets in another, or the sleeves and the belt in one. You know what I mean? There's lots and lots of different options.
And all I've done in the underarm just there is I've done a couple of...
You've notched into it, yes.
So it's got a bit more movement.
Okay, perfect. So it's now a garment. It's now a garment that's open
wearable.
down the front. Yeah, exactly.
What you can do actually is if you don't have an overlocker at home or a serger, what you can do is you can use like an overcast stitch. You do need a separate foot for that usually, or you can actually use a zigzag stitch just to seal those in, which is what the pattern has required us to do. So you would just zigzag. I'll just do a little bit.
Or you could pink it, I suppose, as well. If
you
you've got
could pink it, absolutely.
You could pink it, couldn't you?
I've got the Fiskars pinking shears at home. Those are the ones that
We've got them coming up in the next hour, so you're about to see them in the next hour.
And you see, you want it on quite a wide stitch as well. Here. And a narrower length.
Are you zigzagging them together? You zigzag the two seam allowances together.
Zigzag the end there, because it's quite a large seam allowance. So just do a little bit to show you. Just on the edge there.
Yes.
Just to kind of hold it together.
Nice.
And you would do that to clean up your seams and finish your seams.
Perfect. Okay, we're halfway through the show, and we've got half a garment almost, haven't we?
Yeah, and then
what's next?
Your neckline. You could cut it before, but I prefer to do it after I've got this on here.
Right.
That's the back neckline.
Oh, okay.
Just because there's so much cutting going on, it kind of can confuse me.
Yes, of course.
So you've got that there, and then you just want to kind of create a curve, which you could use like a French curve for this, or you can just freehand. You could freehand this, which is what I'm going to do.
Yes.
I'm going to just slightly, again, making sure I've got my centre front just there. Don't know if you can see this. I'll use the blue.
I was going to say use a different colour for the telly.
We're using blue on blue fabric. It is showing up there.
There you go. So it's just a little, it's not a scoop, it's just literally rounding it off.
And these scissors are perfect because they're curved.
Oh, okay.
And you're only doing a little snip.
There, your Fiskars embroidery scissors there. There they are, Fiskars embroidery and needlework scissors, 12.5 centimetres, £13 and 95 pence.
And I'm just going to bring that to the other side.
So it literally it's just a scoop. It's just a scooping out of the back of the neck.
Just for the back of the neck, so it sits nicely on the back of the neck.
Yeah.
Get a bit fiddly, so I am going to just pop a pin in there. Again, there isn't a lot of thinking with this pattern. It's very simple, very straightforward, very quick. I would take your time sewing it, so it's nice and neat, especially if you're going to give it as a gift.
Yes. Also, it's a nice project because already you can see the shape. You know, a lot of projects you work on, think, oh, it doesn't look like the finished thing yet. Whereas
yes, it can be very exhausting.
Yes.
It's really coming together.
Yes.
It's a little bit off there, but.
Oh, Chrissy. Hello, Chrissy. She's loving the show. Thank you, Chrissy.
So as you can see, it's...
very informative and helpful, she says.
Oh, thank you. Glad she's enjoying the show.
Yep.
So if we just turn it, make sure you remove all your pins.
Oh, Sue, thank you. Sue's just received her first parcel of fabric that she bought by the half metre, and she said it's so lovely that it comes in the box with the tissue paper, so beautifully displayed.
And what you
and the team on the phone were very helpful. Thank you. That's very important to know. Right. So.
And what you need to do is you need to press.
Oh, okay. Is that a hint?
Flat like that. If you'd like to do the honours.
Well, I'll get the mat out for you. There you go. I'll go around this way.
Thank you very much.
So as you can see, we're making this lovely kimono out of the delicate light blue lace fabric. Now, it's not lace, it's 100% cotton, made to look like lace. But we've got the 4 options of fabric there. Really, really lovely fabrics, aren't they? What else could you make out of it? We've already done pyjama bottoms, lavender bags, a summer jacket, a dress for a go to a wedding, some cushions. We've had cushions because it's a nice sturdy fabric as well. So we've had lots and lots of different ideas.
Laundry bag.
Laundry bag,
University
tote bag.
students,
We had a tote bag earlier.
Lots
of people saying summer weddings. Lots of people saying things for some weddings. A little clutch bag for a summer wedding, maybe. Or because you can make the bag and then embellish it or embroider it or bead it or something like that. That'd be nice.
So you want to iron it out that like that.
Okay. So in dressmaking, we iron in lots of stages in dressmaking as we're going through, don't we? Because we like it to each scene to be precise as we're going along.
Yeah, this is a lot easier than making any dresses. This is great if you're new to if you're new to dressmaking.
Yes, of course.
Or even new to sewing.
But it's perfect because so far it's only been straight lines, isn't it? Oh, Hannah's going to have a go. Producer Hannah's going to have a go at this later. Well, the thing is, I have to say, it's very... if Hannah made one for herself, I'm trying to draw up a picture for you of Hannah in your mind, but she wears things like draped and kind of wrapped and belted and everything all the time. Like an eccentric art teacher, yes. Actually, yes, very much like Mrs. Davis, my first art teacher at grammar school when I was 11. She was a bit like you, Hannah.
There we go.
Okay.
And then we need to create our pockets and borders.
What would you do first, the pocket or the borders?
We'll create everything at once, and then you can add your pockets on, you can add your borders on, you can do it either way.
Okay. So how do you make the pockets are obviously just rectangles, but the border that goes round must be more difficult, is it?
Now, the pockets I have here are 8 by 10 inches. This is 8 across, 10 inches down. And what you need to do is you need to...
I'm just going to go... Oh, sorry. I was just going to go and show you them on the kimono over here. So how big did you say they were? 8 by... 8 by
10. And then you want to fold over the side seams. I'm just going to iron this.
Oh, another bit of ironing then.
I do love ironing when it comes to dressmaking. Otherwise, I'm not a huge fan of ironing.
No, pressing when you're dressmaking.
I buy clothes that don't need ironing.
Yeah. But when you're fancy, when you're making something.
Oh, I love a good crisp line. When I'm ironing, I love a good crisp line.
The fabric you're seeing there is the royal blue one at the bottom of your screen, £5 and 45 pence. Now that looks like it's cream lace and blue lace overlaid on a dark blue background. Really, really lovely. Remember, it's not lace. It's not lace at all. It's just printed like that. It's 100% cotton, made to look like lace.
So just pressing that down, and
Mandy's just messaged in. Oh, yes, Mandy. Should be good for a wash bag and a makeup bag. Ooh. That's nice. I think you're posh, aren't you, Mandy? That's a posh wash bag, that.
Now you just want to do either side, the length first, and then the bottom of the pocket.
Yeah.
And then what you'll need to do is you'll need to, in order to get that gathered effect that's on the pocket there, you'll just need to do a gather stitch by using a long stitch on your machine. On this one, it goes up to a number 4mm.
Right.
And you want to do that within your seam allowance.
Oh.
Within your...
Shall we have a look at... hang on, let's see you stitch it, first of all. And then I'll go over. I didn't realise the top of the pocket had a gathering in it.
A slight gathering, yeah. You want to do that in the centre, but you must make sure that your thread has a long tail.
Of course, yes. And you don't knot it off or you don't back stitch it from the back. Oh, that sounds a bit clunky then.
Realised I'm still on a zigzag stitch.
Oh, so it's just in the central section of the pocket.
Yeah, it's in the centre, and a nice little handy thread cutter there.
You stay. Oh, you me with me. Okay, then. Just have a look at the slight gathering in the middle of the pocket there.
I'm just pulling the long tails of thread either side to create a little gather in the centre.
Yeah, just there, and a little bit the centre there. That's pretty. That just gives it a little bit of depth,
a little something.
Yes.
I mean, you really could stitch someone's initials on here, applique that on there.
Yeah, exactly. No, Jessica's giving me. I'll put it down somewhere. How? No, I have.
Got your book?
Yes, the book. Sorry, I've lost it. Jay just brought this over for me and I've completely lost it. All these tips, like the gathering threads and everything, like the gathering stitches and everything, are in this book. Fantastic, fantastic. A to Z, I'll show you the front. A to Z of sewing. The ultimate guide for everyone, from sewing beginners to experts. Because it's a fabulous go-to book for in your workroom, isn't it, or in your craft room. Really, really nice. So many tips and everything in there. And it's all beautifully, it's not just illustrated, but there's photographs as well. So it really, really helps. That's $12.95, isn't it, Hannah? $12.95. Oh, there it is, $12.95. By Country Bumpkin. Right, sorry. So you're making now the
tops of the pocket. So all I've got here is 8 inches, which is what the pocket width that we started with this, including seam allowance.
Yes.
And then I've got 2 inches just down there. I mean, if you want wider pockets or smaller pockets,
yes,
by all means, have them smaller. And I'm just going to iron.
Okay, well, you iron the dark blue fabric there, as you can see, the brushed lace fabric. It's not lace, it's just a print. It's just fabulous, isn't it? In the royal blue, £5.45 for half a metre, 100% cotton, so very easy to work with. And we're making this lovely, lovely kimono out of it with the contrasting belt and pockets and binding down the front. But of course, you could make it all in the same fabric. You could use lots of different fabrics, or you could not. You make a kimono at all. You can make whatever you want. If you want the details of the pattern for the kimono, if you just go to the Jane Makower website, and you'll find it all there.
Once you've got that ironed, you want to position it the top of the pocket into the center and fold over. Pardon?
So you look like doing a bias binding or binding
like
across
a
the top of the
straight
pocket.
binding just across the pocket there. It's a bit fiddly, but it is worth it. It does have a nice effect. So that's why you want to make sure that your gather stitch is done 3/8 of an inch, so you can actually hide it in.
Yes, exactly.
4/8 of an inch, which is half an inch.
Perfect.
There you go.
And then how would you finish off that edge there? Oh, I see.
I just tuck them in.
Yep.
Nice and neatly. And then I did a press down on them. You can cut away if it's a bit excessive.
Yeah. Just pressing it all into place there. And because it's such a fabulous quality cotton, it works so well, doesn't it?
I think the colour as well, it's very, very vibrant.
Well, that dark blue, I mean, the pale blue is gorgeous. The 2 pale ones are lovely, but the 2 deep colours are very, very sumptuous and expensive looking, aren't they? It is a royal
strong dyes as well.
Yeah.
That's what I look for in a fabric. Having a bachelor's in textiles, you're always looking at the quality of the fabric.
Yes.
Just as much as you're looking at the pattern and the creativity.
This is the dark blue, the royal blue there that you're seeing now, £5.45 for half a metre. But it also comes in the paler blue, the light blue that the main part of the kimono is made out of. And then also the burgundies. There's dark burgundy and the light burgundy over there on the stand, which is they're really, really lovely.
Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pin this in place, and then I'm just going to run a top stitch just to secure this straight binding to the pocket, covering the gathering stitch.
As you can see, we're making a gorgeous, gorgeous kimono here. So you're running a straight stitch, you're pinning it in place, and you're going to run a straight stitch across the binding that holds the top of the pocket, and the gathers all in place. And you just folded the ends in, so it's all finished off.
Yeah, you can base this if you'd like, if it's easier, but I'm just going to put pins in.
I suppose it depends at what standard you're at with your sewing. If you're just new, then sometimes it's better to tack it all in place and get it right. Or you might want to stitch one side and hand stitch the other side down, like on another binding.
And I've put my glass pin heads just there so I can pull them out quite conveniently. So I'm going to pop my needle in. Just realised I'll go into a 3mm stitch for this because you want it to lock in. You can go down to a 2 if you'd like. And you want to go nice and slowly because sometimes this slides around.
Yes, of course. And because you've got gathers in there as well. Just doing the top of the pocket for the front of the kimono there, one on either side. Obviously, we're using contrasting fabric here. But you could use the same fabric if you wanted to.
You will need to loosen your tension when you go over the edges, which I've just done.
Yeah. And how do you know where to place that on the kimono?
It doesn't specify, so I just wore the kimono myself and thought, oh, okay, I think that's where the pocket should go, which is what I love, is because you personalise it.
You can put it on, can't you, just to work out where they go.
What I did was I drew in from, I did 17 inches down.
Right. But if you've got long arms, then you might have it more than 17 inches down, mightn't you?
Certainly. But Zana has very small arms.
Don't you want them just there, don't you, where you want your tissues and your
I did. I was thinking, where can I put my mobile?
Oh, your phone, there you go.
So I can watch Sewing Quarter live.
Yes. Or chocolates. You could put your chocolates in there. Or your biscuits to go with your tea.
Oh, this fabric's too nice to have melted chocolate on it, so don't forget about your chocolates.
No.
Have you seen my measuring tape somewhere?
What's you looking for? Was around your neck a minute ago? No?
Escaping measuring tape. Oh, there we go. Everything's so blue on the table at the moment, it's just camouflaging. So what I did is I went from the shoulder seam and I went 17 inches down. I thought, well, that's a good place. But
for the top of the pocket, you mentioned
for the very top of the pocket.
Yeah.
For me, that was a good place.
Okay, perfect. And then you just top stitched around the three.
Yeah. Just top stitched around there, just to secure it, and that's just a straight stitch. And I used a number 3mm. So all I did was I just marked it with my tailor's chalk on the edge of the pocket, and then I just pinned it in place. I did press it down as well. I like to have a nice...
Exactly. Oh, it's easier to top stitch down when that goes.
So all you need to do is top stitch that. But we're just going to pin it in place and move on to our border.
I was going to say, a lot of people want to know how to do the border as well and the belt. And we've got how many minutes left? About 9 or 10 minutes left.
So, and then you would replicate that on the other side, or if you just want one pocket, just have one pocket.
It's up to you, isn't it? You can make it as you want to make it, really.
Exactly. So for the border, you would need, if you want to do the border, you can do it all the way around the neck and down the sides and towards the centre back as well.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do that, however, you don't actually have to do that. It's completely your choice. But if you did want that, it's 5-inch width strip, and you want to cut that
to the length.
with the grain.
Yeah, straight grain.
Yeah, straight grain. And with that also, if you want to have it all the way around, it's 95 inches.
But it depends on how long you've made it and everything. So you need to measure where you want it. On yours, on your sample on there, you've just gone...
I did it from the neckline, just the centre back.
Yep.
And I did it straight down to
the hem.
Yeah, the hem.
But you could, if you wanted to, like you say, carry it on round the bottom of the kimono as well, couldn't you, if you wanted to? Like, so you've got a hem.
You could all the way around, yeah. You could, and I prefer to use the darker on the lighter, but you can do it however you wish.
Yes, of course.
Okay, I had cut some out earlier.
So your strips are just, oh, there you go, 5 inches in width. That's the size that you cut.
You cut all your strips are 5 inches in width, and when you do the sleeves as well, you need to do 5 inches in width and 25 inches in length and all the way around. Mm-hmm.
That's the royal blue fabric you're seeing in your graphics there, £5.45 for half a metre.
You want to press down that. You could add your, not for your sleeves and not for the belt, but you can add that for the border, your iron-on.
Oh, what, have you put interfacing in them?
Yes, I have.
Medium white iron-on interface. We sell that if you have a look there, if you want to get some interfacing. Even if you want it for your stash. There you go. That's the £2.95 for medium weight, 50 by 90 centimetres there, £2.95. You can use it in so many different projects, can't you, the interfacing? It's always fantastic to have in your kit.
And once you've ironed that down, you would then just fold it, give a little iron to give you a nice bordered edge there.
Right.
And then...
Oops.
Pardon. A lot of fabric here.
Irene's just messaged in and she said, where have you put the interfacing? Is it in all of it, did you say, or just...
In all of it, just for the border, just for the edging.
For the front
of the gown, yes.
Okay.
I haven't put it in the belt, however, you can use it in the belt if you'd like.
But then you need
you need some sort of flexibility in the belt. You need that to work around the curve of your waistline.
So, Irene, just down the front, Zana's put it in.
And if you want to join your pieces, I would recommend that you join them at the centre back.
Yes.
As well. And then all I did was pin it in place. And you can even hand baste it, and then you would top stitch. Just top stitch round the whole, and because they're all straight lines, it's easy to do, isn't it? Now you put the seam at the centre back, first of all, so you know you haven't suddenly got an odd seam somewhere around there. But it's also a good place to start, isn't it? So start at the centre back and then pin round, and then pin round from that one. Absolutely, but you would sew your...
Binding together.
Yeah, you're binding together first, open your seams, and then meet at the centre back. And all I did was position it. I mean, this is a fiddly bit because it does go around a curved neck seam ever so slightly, but because it's quite a wide border, it can just be hand tacked first, hand basted first, and then you can machine down. And the same principle applies to the sleeves as well.
Okay, let's just have a look to see how you do it on the sleeve then. So if this is your sleeve end, so you just need to, the binding that you need, or you just need to make the measurement plus a few inches spare, don't you?
Yeah,
for the,
so you've got your 5 inches, and then you have it in 25 inches in length.
Yeah.
And again, I just folded that round and just covered that.
So now that would be...
that's why you don't have to finish the self.
Yeah, exactly, but also if you've got a table that comes off your sewing machine, you could move your table off, and then you can just put the whole sleeve... Yeah, that's it. Comes off, and then you could put the sleeve round, so you just stitch round it. Much easier.
You could just stitch
keep it in place, isn't
and all it is top stitching, and what I did is I folded these in. I pinned it in place first.
So would you actually use interfacing in the cuff as well?
You can do, but I decided not to because I wanted the flexibility along the arms. It's a personal preference.
But if you want that very kimono-esque, neat, you know, kind of sharpness, you could...
Oh, I would definitely recommend medium weight interfacing.
Yeah, then it could hold the sleeves like kind of like that, couldn't it? It's very, very nice. And then you just top stitched around that, did you?
Just top stitched around that.
And then how did you make your belt? Is the belt the same?
And the belt, I'll show you a mini version of how I've done the belt.
Shame it's not my size. I could have worn that.
I think it... Yeah,
you haven't seen the size of my tummy. No, I wouldn't get that around me. That's lovely, lovely, lovely fabric. So this is a mini version of the belt then, yes?
So what I did for the belt was I cut a...
Lovely dressmaking.
I cut 2. And I did measure it to 2 inches. I don't know.
Okay, the ruler's
I'm just going to use a ruler here.
Sandra's saying she's loving the fabric. Thank you, Sandra, my love. It is beautiful.
You can do a slightly wider belt if you want, but then you need to make your belt carriers, the little belt loops or belt carriers, you need to make them longer so they can hold the belt.
Did you make your belt hoops out of fabric, or did you do that, what's it called, chain stitch with thread? Oh, you made your own?
These little ones.
So it's all along the same principle, isn't it? It's all like making the same binding.
Again, like you iron the top of the pocket, the binding, and then you curl them in.
And that's your belt loop.
But I would recommend that you zigzag stitch that, or you stitch it inside out.
Yep.
Then reverse it, fold it in the right way around. Just so you've got a nice finish there.
Okay, we've got 2 messages. One person wants to know where the pattern is. If you go to the Jane Makower website, there's a variation there. She shows you different variations how to make it. Someone else wants to know about the measurements. Basically, we've used the width of the fabric for a cross there, and then the length it depends how tall you are. We just measured from the centre back down to as far as you need it. How long did you say yours was? From the top to bottom, can you remember?
Metre.
A metre, but you could make it longer if you were taller. Because obviously we wouldn't fit into the same one. Okay, so
to make the belt, all I did was, and this is a mini version, so you can see it nice and clearly. All I did was cut sort of 2 inches wide, and then I did diagonal either side, and...
Oh, is that because it's got to put pointy end? You're doing the pointy end straight away.
Top stitched all the way around, but I left a gap on the bottom, so I could turn it right way around. Okay, I'm going to leave you there stitching that. Zana's back in an hour's time, and we've got a 2-hour dressmaking project. Very, very exciting. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous pattern. In the meantime, come with me, and I'll just show you these fabrics before we go off into the next show. I'll show you the fabrics first, and then I'll show you the book. Starting... the dark blue that we've just seen there with the trim, really, really lovely. It's like a lace overlay. It's a cotton fabric. It's not lace, obviously. It's got a cotton over. It's 100% cotton with a lace effect on it for £5.45 for half a metre. That's the royal blue that you're seeing there. We've also got the light blue, which the kimono is made out of. Really, really, I mean, it is. It could be used for so many different things. I love that printing there. That's the light blue one. The light blue one, that's also £5.45 for half a metre there. Really, really lovely, lovely print, isn't it? We've also got the 2 colours you haven't really seen much of, well, these 2 top burgundy colours here. We've got the dark burgundy first, which again is like the blue. It's like the blue. It's like a deep, deep burgundy with like cream or ivory lace and burgundy lace over the top of it. That's also £5.45 for half a metre. And then last but not least, the one I love is like almost like a hand drawing, isn't it? That's the light burgundy one there. Really, really lovely. £5.45 for half a metre. I've only got a few seconds left. We've got the book, but it's going to be here all day. It's going to be here all day. £12.95 if you want the book. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Go and make yourself a cup of tea, because in the next hour, I've got so many tools up for grabs, all for your workroom. I'll see you in 3 from now.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @SewingQuarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. The Sewing Quarter is a new inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food, and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects. Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter! You know what? This book has got... You'd think, oh, they can't fit that much into it. There's so much into it. There's a whole section here on pockets. Patch pockets, hip pockets, inseam pockets, slashed pockets, all sorts of things there. Welted pockets. It's all there, look. All there in that book. £12.95. It's a gorgeous A to Z of sewing. If you're just starting or if you're just refreshing or whatever, welcome back. This hour This hour is full of gorgeous things that are available for your workroom. It's just me on my own, no guests this time. So any questions you've got, remember, get them in either on the web chat when you go to the website, or you can email studio@sewingquarter.com. So it's just me and you for the next hour. But you know what? I've got so many goodies. Come with me, come with me. I've got so many goodies here. I'll just keep the book there for you. Because that's the book, £12.95. Do you want to see a bit more of it, actually? Let's have a look. Let's really, really indulge ourselves in this book, because it's just lovely. There's so many things in here, from the contents at the beginning right the way through the simple, simple tasks, things that we just kind of take for granted, about patterns and notches and all sorts of things like that. Preparation, cutting out. It's just got everything you need. Marking, pressing. Now, also, later on in the book, I'm not quite sure what page, I should have looked up the page. There's a page on seams. That's at plackets there. There's a whole section there, the pocket section there. That's ruffles, sashes, all these. Oh, there we go, seams. Seams, right? So we talk about seams all the time here, don't we? I'm just presuming that everybody knows. Here we go, look, so we've got seams there. We've got the straight seam on this page. The flat fell seam, which we'll be doing in the next hour or the next 2 hours. Then you've got the French seam there, which always, they look so complicated, yet in the book, they make it all so easy, because you've not only got drawings and illustrations, you've got photographs as well. How to neaten your seams, shearing elastic. Do you know how to do shearing elastic? See, very few people do, don't they? Then you've got sleeves, all about sleeves. Sleeves, setting a sleeve is one of the most difficult things, isn't it? And it's got all the tips and all the information there about how to cut a sleeve and how to set the sleeve and everything like that. It's just, and how to finish sleeves, all the different ways to finish sleeves there. It's just incredible, isn't it? Aren't they lovely? I'm just checking now what else is coming up there. I could just hear myself in my ear then for some reason. It's the A to Z sewing book by Country Bumpkin. What a beautiful... Do you know what? Amazing gift. Amazing gift. If your daughter or like Jo was saying, her 2 boys are so into sewing and creating things, maybe it'll be an ideal gift. An ideal gift. Easter's coming up. £12.95. What Easter egg could you get for £12.95? You get the whole book here. Really lovely, is it? And remember, no matter how many items you bought during the day, if you've already bought some fabric from Zana's first show and you want to buy a piece in this, you only pay one P&P for the whole day. It's all, you can check out your basket as many times as you like, but it's all consolidated at midnight, and you just pay one P&P for the whole day. So that's £12.95 for that really, really lovely book. I'm going to leave that there, because I've got so many things to show you today in this hour. Remember, any questions, go to the web, www.sewingquarter.com, go to the Watch Live page, and if you scroll down the page, there's a little box, and it says, send the message to the studio. It goes straight through to Hannah. Or, like I said, you can email. Oh, here you go, have a look. Is it there now? There's the little message to the studio. Morning all, that's from earlier. Just message you to go straight through to Hannah. It's Dressmaking Day. There we go. Just had to check how to spell day then, I think. Also on that page, if you want to pop anything in your basket, you just do it just to the side of the screen. There, you see. Just add. That's the book now. That's the book I've just been talking about now. Click on Add to your basket. It goes up to the top of the page into your basket. Check out as many times as you like during the day, and you only pay 1p. But if you also scroll down the page, this is the best bit, right? Everything that we've shown you so far, there's the 4 lovely fabrics from before. There's the book I've just shown you. There should be some scissors on there as well. I'm not sure where they've gone. But there will be more. There will be more, because I've got more things to show you now. So now look at this. I didn't know. I obviously know what it is now, and I knew what it was when I was at college. When I first started college, no idea what this was. No idea what this was. It's nice, isn't it? It's a tailor's pressing hammer. It's not a pillow. It's not a pillow. It's too hot. It's full of... well, I'm not quite sure what it's filled with, but... now, £11. £11. I haven't put the ... on there. It's just £11. But if you don't know what it's for, you know if you're doing a princess seam or if you're doing a curved seam, and if you're on an ironing board, you can't quite get your iron round it, can you? My iron's off. I'll just show you. My iron's off. What you can do is you can get your fabric and you bend it around and you press around it like that. So you can use all the different sides for different pressing, for different shapes. So if you're doing the top of a sleeve, if you're doing a princess seam, if you're doing a curved seam, or if you're doing something like if you're doing a bag. Imagine, I'll just put that down. It's not on, don't worry, the iron's not on, so don't worry, I'm not ironing on a cloth here. But if you're doing a bag, you know, like a little clutch bag, you stretch the seams across there before you finish it off and iron around there. It's so easy tailor's pressing ham. And it's a perfect size because you can better fit that into sleeves, into pockets. Imagine if you've done a pocket and you just want to get a big patch pocket like we've just done, you just want to press around the edges, you could do that as well. Really, really lovely and perfect way to use a pressing ham. Nice size as well, as I say. It's not too big, not too heavy as well, so it's not going to be weighting. You couldn't use this one as a doorstop. The one I've got at home you can use as a doorstop. It's so heavy. Really, really lovely shapes around there. So you can just do, as I say, you can do all your curved seams, your princess seams through there. Really, really lovely piece to have. Not many people think about getting one of those either because you don't really see those in the shops, do you? £11 though, £11. Now remember, you can buy as many items as you want during the day and you only pay 1p of £2.95. And I just think that is a really... I love the way they've chosen the big, bright, bold check as well as your main fabric there. Just really, really lovely, isn't it? Lovely shape as well. And nice and sturdy, a nice sturdy block like that. So you can iron over that over and over and over again. I just think it's brilliant. And like I say, not many people see... Where do you see pressing hams for sale these days? Especially in that lovely little shape there. So if you're doing a cuff, if you're doing the cuff for a coat, you can just slip the cuff over and just press over it like that. Really, really ideal. Perfect for your curved seams and your princess seams there. £11. £11. I'll just move that to one side. Now, carrying on with that, because it's dressmaking day, all the things you might need for dressmaking. This is fascinating. This is a French curve. I'll show it to you in the package there, first of all. This is a French curve. Now, it's like a ruler, but it's all for curvy seams and everything like that. It's £10.95. Let me just take it out the... Oh, hang on. There we go, there we go, there we go. Now, it's all bendy and curvy, this one. Yeah, it's lovely. I'm going to rip the packet open. I'm ever so sorry, but I'm going to rip it to get it. Oh, look. Isn't it? I mean, the thing is, you look at it, you think, what am I going to use that for? What am I going to use that for? There are so many... Can you not see it? There are so many different ways to use that. Just look at that, right, to start with. And I'll show you mine. Right, you can do the back neck curve. So remember Zana was just doing the back of that kimono. What you could use this bit here for the back of the neck, the curve of the back of a neck, right? Now, you also know, when you draw up a sleeve head, it looks like this, doesn't it? Goes like that, up and round and down. So you've got curves, two curves going that way and a big curve going that way. Most of the time, we do notches or little lines or dots and join them up. Imagine what you could use. You could use this for the big curve, and then that bit there could be for the bottom curve, you know, so under the arm bit goes round there, and the top of the sleeve goes round there. It's all in metric, and I love the way it's bendy and malleable and things like that. £10.95. You can also use it for, now, you know, on a waistline, waistline of a lot of pieces aren't straight, are they? They've got that very, very gentle curve to them, so you can draw your lovely waistline with that. There's also there's me talking about the top of a sleeve head. But, you know, when you cut a garment here, you know that shape, the armhole? Look, there's the shape of the armhole there. You could use that. I should have worn a dark shirt today, shouldn't I, really? You could have seen it better. That is the shape of your armhole, the armhole curve. Now, when you're doing a centre front, you know this bit here? That bit there? It's kind of a deeper curve, isn't it? Look, perfect. Perfect for your deeper curve around the front neck. It's a so easy French curve, this, in metric, £10.95. Right, now, what about, you know when you're making a pencil skirt? Remember a pencil skirt? You don't have straight lines, do you straight lines? Look at that, that's the hip line. The hip line and going from the waist here through the hip line into the straight seam of the skirt. That's a really, really lovely to actually draw the line of the hip line on the skirt. Now, you know sometimes when you get a pattern and it's a bit too big on the waist. Right size for the hip, too big on the waist. You can just lay this bit along the side seam and bring it in, and that's your new curve. You're just creating your new curve there. Also, if you've got a slightly longer back, if you have a slightly longer back and you want to make this seam here slightly curved just to give extra allowance in the waist seam, perfect for going in the waist seam there. Also, like I just talked about the waistline, making it smaller, if you want to make it bigger, you just line this up with your original waist seam and just move it out. Just move it out slightly and you get an extra length. Now, you know darts, right? Darts are normally straight, aren't they? But in some skirts, especially around the hip area here, you want a curved dart. This will create one side and then turn it round, and that creates the other side of the curved dart. It's fantastic, isn't it? It's such a lovely piece. You know, some pieces of equipment are just really lovely to look at because they've got all those lovely curves. And so you've got inches. You've got a straight ruler on here as well. Look, your centimetre straight ruler on the middle there, and then you've got all the centimetres around the outside. It's all in metric. That £10.95. That is a really, really lovely and French curve with a grading ruler. That is lovely, isn't it? Okay. £10.95 for that. If you've got any questions, get in touch with us. If you want to buy something, 0800 112 4433 is your phone number, www.sewingquarter.com. So that's the sewing curve. If you want me to go over any of these, just let me know if I'm going too quickly for you. So now that's a ham and a French curve. You might not see those in the shop, might you? Might not see those in the shop. Something you will see in the shop is a rotary cutter. This is the 45mm rotary cutter. Now, this is a sewing quarter one. Isn't that lovely? Now, I'll show you it in its pack. This is how it comes in the pack, because it comes with 5 blades. And now, I love the fact that it's got the sewing quarter logo on it. It's a 45mm. Now, every day before our experts, our designers come in, we say, oh, what would you like in your show? And they all say, the 45mm. 45mm rotary cutter, please. This is it. I'll just show you this as well. I'm not going to cut anything with it, but I just need to show you this. You've got a safety catch here. What you need to do is press that down, and then you pull it back to reveal the blade, right? But what you must do is every time you use it, slip the safety cover back. You don't want to leave it. Let me just tell you, you don't want to be leaving it on your table like that, because 1, you might be wafting your fabric around and catch your hand on it. 2, if you drop it, it lands on your foot. You don't want that. So always, always, always shut the safety guard. I know I'm most probably telling my grandmother to suck eggs, but do you know what? If you're new to us and you've not had one before, it's also, look, it's got the sewing quarter on it there. It's got the soft grip. Really, really, really lovely soft grip on there. Now, as I said, it comes with 5 blades. You get 3 of the straight blades, and then you get 2, I'll just show you here, of the, so you get there, so you get the straight blades there, you get 3 of those. Oh, can you see that above there? You get 3 of those, and you get 2 of these. The wiggly, like they're almost like you're going to make curly chips out of them. You know, when we were little, my chip cutter when I was little was had that's for like pinking. That's like pinking the edges. I don't want to pick it up in case it's too sharp, but do you know what I mean? It's got the pinking edge on it there. £18.95. I know, it's a rotary cutter with 3 round blades. So how long's that going to last you? I mean, you know, it depends how much cutting you do, I suppose. And it's ergonomic, remember, so it's lovely. It's really, really lovely to hold there. Really lovely. Can you just pan out a little bit, just so you can see my whole hand around there holding. I'm not going to open it, but there you go. You see, if you're working with that, remember, always cut away from yourself as well, using your rotary cutter. This is the sewing quarter, 45mm, and you get 5 blades for £18.95. Now, remember, if you've got any questions or you want to have a look at any of these items again, I know I am whizzing my way through all of these, but if you want to think, 45mm sewing quarter rotary cutter has been our most popular rotary cutter. All our designers, all our guest designers and our guest experts, this is the one they asked for, the 45mm one, for using for patchwork, for patchworking. When they're making a quilt, when they're cutting cock quilts, when they're doing long strips of fabric, they all love the 45mm. And they all talk about the soft grip on this. It's an ergonomic design, the really lovely soft grip on there. I'll just show you again there. That's the safety catch. It's not just a lever. You actually have to press the button first. So it's not going to open by accident. You need to press that button first, and then you pull it back. If you don't have a dedicated sewing room, and you have to work on the dining table, and maybe the phone rings, and you go off to answer the phone, and somebody else in your family come up, children, or anybody come up to your table. At least this way, it's all nice and secure. The blade is completely encased in that safety guard there. Just once again, you press the button, you pull it back, and you reveal the very, very, very sharp blade there. Now, this is the only one, we sell lots of rotary cutters. This is the only make, the sewing quarter make, is the only one that comes with extra blades. So there you go. This is it. Again, that's how it'll come, packaged up. The sewing quarter rotary cutter, 45mm soft grip with 5 blades. 3 straight blades and 2 of the, like pinking, almost pinking-esque cutting there. 45mm, fantastic for cutting your long strips of fabric, or if you're doing lots and lots for patchworking. Lots of, very, very good for that. Very versatile as well. Very, very versatile. $18.95. But maybe thinking, oh, but John, I do lovely miniature work. Can I use that? Well, you could use that, or I've got something more specialised for you. I'm just moving those over there. I don't want to catch my fingers on those. Look at this dinky thing. If you're doing miniatures, or you're doing very, very intricate work, these are 28mm. 28mm. Again, you get the extra blades. Oh, Jade's given me all 5 of them this time. Very generous of me picking up blades. There we go. Just be gentle with them. Just be careful with them. So you get 5 blades with this one. But if you've got more intricate work to do, everything else is exactly the same. You've still got the safety catch there. So you press the button in and pull it back, reveal the blade, push it back in. So it's nice and safe and secure. It's most important for that. You get 3 of the round, the straight cutting blades. And you get 2 of like the pinking shear blades there as well. Going to last you for a while, aren't they, those? Fantastic. Again, if you're doing more intricate work, again, it's got the soft grip here, the really lovely soft grip. And you've got the sewing quarter logo on there. Lovely colour as well. Really, really fresh, beautiful colour there. Just perfect for that intricate idea. If you're doing lots and lots of little cutouts, or if you're doing little Dolly's clothes or something like that, or very, very tiny... if you're watching... not yesterday, I wasn't yesterday. On Saturday, we were doing this little triangles with Lucy Brennan. That'd be perfect. Cut out little squares and then fold them into triangles. That would be a lovely one to do all the little detailing work. And then you're not going to worry about if you push your blade too far or something like that. £16. And 95 pence. That's really lovely. So I'll just move that across the side. Now, if you want to see any of these things again, I'll do a roundup at the end. Don't worry, I will do a roundup at the end. I just want you to see everything, and then I'll go and round them up over there in my little shop over there. Oh, somebody's asking about the book. Can I just show the book again? The A to Z of sewing. The A to Z of sewing. Somebody wants to see what? Is there a section on pockets? Yes, there was. I'll just find it for you. Just bear with me. What page was it on? I just was watching it. I was reading it, wasn't I, a minute ago? Hang on. Somebody's asked to see the pockets section. Hang on. Oh, dear. I mean, it's fantastic. Collars, corners, rolled collars, clipping and notching. Let me just have a look. I'd be better off looking in the contents, wouldn't I? Measurements, patterns, preparation, marking, pressing, job, sewing techniques. Was it in there? 26. Oh, hang on, it might be here. What I might do is I might get Jay to find... I don't know what page it was on. That's the only trouble. Jay, would you mind... I'll just put it to one side. I'll find the pocket section for you. I'll do the next item, and then I'll find the pocket section for you, because I can't find that. I'll just get Jay to do that for me. I'm going to move on to some fabric markers, though. These are nice, aren't they? Because we all need... Like you saw Zana in the last hour using tailor's chalk. Don't move it yet, Jay. You saw... Look at these. Oops. Look at these. These are like little cute little pencils in 3 different colours. Right, so different colours, because you don't know what fabric you're going to be working on. If you're working on white fabric, this one's no good for you, is it? If you're working on blue fabric, that's no good. Or if you want it to be stand out and vibrant, I'll just show you, though. This is the pink one. You get 3 pencils for £1.95 here. So you get a lovely, lovely marker. And what you can do is you can just mark your seam, like Zana just did with her tailor's. Oh, I don't know if you can see that on there. There it is. There you can see. So you just mark your seams like that. And then... It's like, you know, when you have your school your school pencils, you just rub it off, and you just gently rub it off like that. It does come off. Little bit of work. I've pressed harder there to make it, but that one's gone. You see, that one's almost gone there. But they're really, really cute, aren't they? So you get 3 pencils in the kit. You get a pink one, you get a white one, and you get a blue one. They're going to last, aren't they? They're the hemline marker pencils with brush at £1.95. Now, this kind of item, fabulous for a little gift, but you know what? Just add it to your order, because you only pay 1p&p for the whole day, remember? £1.95. They are fantastic. Well, if we found the pocket section, yes, he has. He's just found it for me there. So you see, you mark it with that, then you can just wipe it off with the brush on the end there. Just work away at it. It eventually goes there. Aren't they lovely? Really, really sweet. The hemline is the make, you see. There was a packet. They came in a packet to go. Hemline marker pencils with the brush. They come in a pack of 3. Thank you, Jay. Look, they come like this. So if you're going to give them as a gift, obviously I've taken them out. That's the little package they come in there at £1.95. They're essentials, aren't they? But you forget about them, really. You could buy those as a little gift for somebody who's just setting up their workroom. That'd be nice, wouldn't it, to set that up for them? We found the pockets. I can't remember who it was. Who was it that wanted to see the pockets? We'll find it. Look, somebody wanted to see the pocket section. So I'll do it like this, down, so you can look at it from above. So they go into lots of detail here. We'll just have a look at that. There you go. So we've got patch pockets. We've got, and then all the details, look, they're unlined square lower edge, unlined rounded lower edge. And it goes into, this is a patch pocket with a flap. It's even got a little hint section there of, to, kind of reinforce the stress points on the garment and things like that. So that was the first page. Then we had the hip pocket, and it goes into all the details about the hip pockets there, real breakdown, and a picture of the, down here, hang on, let me move that out across from there. A picture of what the pocket, because you might think, what is a hip pocket? There's a picture there of the hip pocket. Then, moving over here, we've got the inseam pocket and how to create one of those. We've got the integrated pocket there. There's so many, see what I mean? How much they've crammed into this book. This is only the pocket section. Slashed pockets. So they've got drawings of 3 different bound pocket, welted pocket, and slash pocket along there. So we've got the slash pockets with the pocket opening on that one. We've got the bound pocket on this side. And it just gives everything you need to know, really, about it. But there's more. I haven't finished yet. We've got welted pockets as well. Well, what's a welted pocket? This is a welted pocket. Here, you don't want a jacket. A welted pocket is like an envelope to get into the pocket, but then with the flap going over the top there. Can you see? Oh, I've just lifted up there. That's more of a tailoring. I'd say that was more of a tailoring there. And I always talk about rouleaus, don't I? Next page, look, is rouleaus. I hope that's enough for the lady who asked to see about the pockets. Comes in that book, A to Z. That's one section of the book. If you want to see any other sections, just let me know. £12.95. The A to Z sewing book of Country Bumpkin, by Country Bumpkin, at £12.95. Right, a lot of you asking for the next item. Lots of you asking for pinking shears. Now, our designers that have used the pinking shears have all said how brilliant they are at the end, because, I'm not going to put my finger in there, they're sharp and the pinking goes right to the very end. Right, look at it, see there, right to the very end the pinking goes to. And now, why would we need pinking shears, you're asking me? Well, a lot of you will know this, but when you're making a lighter weight garment, or you're maybe making sewing 2 pieces together and you're not going to line it, or you're not going to finish it off, a pinking shears, you can still cut with your seam allowance and everything, but as you cut with pinking shears, it cuts the fabric with that zigzaggy edge. You can just see here as I'm cutting along there. I don't know why I turned it over, but I'll show you that way around as well. So what then happens is you get that lovely zigzag down the edge there. You know this, but if you're new to us, maybe you don't know. That means you don't have to finish that edge off. So if you're doing a very, very lightweight cotton lawn dress or a blouse, or you're doing some silk, and you don't want to overlock the edge, don't want to zigzag the edge, don't want to bind the edge, then you can do this. And then what happens is, as you use it and wear it and everything, there will be slight frayage, obviously, but look at that. You can rub that as hard as you like, and there's not threads coming off it, and the zigzag will stay. It just means it'll last longer. And, of course, when you put it in the washing machine, it's going to be much, much more durable than a straight stitch. Now, these are 22.5 centimetre, £14.95. And I'll just turn it over again, all of our designers have all commented on the quality, the smoothness of the cut, first of all, because a lot of pinking shears you can get like kind of jar as you're done. These have got such a smooth cutting action through them. Really, really nice there. And good quality. Excellent, excellent quality. These are sewing quarter pinking shears, 22.5 centimetres. Now remember, it's over £10. So if you buy these for your first purchase, then you'll get the free sewing kit that's worth £14.99. I've got one somewhere. At £14.95, just move that fabric out the way there. So if you bought these, and it's your first purchase, say, at £14.95, you can see it at the bottom of the screen there. Oh, it's just disappeared. You also get this. This is completely for free if your first order is over £10, or your first order over £10. Just show you quickly. Got everything in it you need there. The threads, the scissors, the seam ripper, the tape measure, the buttons, the needles, and then all that thread as well. You get that completely and utterly for free with your first order over £10. So you know what? You could buy these for yourself and then give that as a gift to somebody else, couldn't you? At £14.95, these pinking shears. I'll keep that there. We're just going through just an hour of tools. Zana's getting ready to do another dressmaking show at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock. And we're going to be making... I'll tell you, the pattern is just out of this world. I'll carry on with this, though. If you need anything for your workroom, something... Maybe your pinking shears have run out and you've been thinking for years, I should get to the shops and buy some pinking shears. And you don't need to leave the house. You don't need to leave the house. Call the number 0800 112 4433. Go on the web, www.sewingquarters.com. Pop them in your basket. Now, if you want them, I would check out straight away. I'd check out straight away. That way you're guaranteed to get them. And you'll only pay one P&P member for the whole day. So even if you put 20 items in your basket, you only pay one P&P for the whole day. Even if you check out 20 times. Don't be thinking, I'll keep them all in the basket and then check out together at the end. Just keep checking out as you're going along. This is how they arrive. They're lovely because they're our very own brand. They are sewing quarter pinking shears. They come in this lovely branding. Fresh blue colours there. Really lovely, aren't they? We're doing dressmaking tools for an hour. So these are pinking shears that are sort of essential, really. Sort of essential if you're going to be doing a lot of cutting out of fabrics where you don't want to finish the edges. Now, if you want to see any of these again, don't worry, I will be going through them all again. I will do a recap at the end of the show if I'm going too fast, if you just want to see everything that's available. So that was the pinking shears. We'll do one more before the little film, shall we? Now, this is nice. Look. Now this, hang on, get the right way up, there we go, is a cutting mat. Now it's nice, isn't it, because it's opaque cutting mat. That is really, really lovely. Now what you've got is you've got all your different angles on here. You've got your inches and around the outside. Then you've also got centimetre squares on there if you want to line anything up. But of course you could use your ruler to do that. But if you just wanted to make a quick cut through anything, then you've got all of that going on. This is the Sewing Quarter A3 self-healing cutting mat, 42 by 26.5 centimetres, £16.95. Now, the one underneath I'm going to talk about in a minute, but it's this one I'm talking about now. It's really lovely. We use this one a lot, but this, I've not seen the opaque one before. It's lovely. And I think, basically, if you don't want... If you're like Jennifer Taylor, right, her workroom is all colour-coordinated. Everything is colour-coordinated in her cutting room. She might not want green. She might not want green pads in the middle of her desk. If you wanted... Let me just move that one out of the way. And then you can just see... If it was just on your desk like that, it's really neat and tidy, isn't it? Especially if you do lots of little work, like your patchwork squares and things like that. £16.95. The quality is fantastic. It's a lovely, lovely weight to it. And then what you can do, I haven't got a ruler to do it, but basically it's self-healing. So you get your rotary cutter, you open the blade, you can cut away from yourself. And then you see the fabric's beautifully cut there, really, really neat. Safety catch back down. But then this, you've cut through, because the last thing you want to do is use a rotary cutter on your desk, right? Because it's going to make big scratches and things like that. This is self-healing. So once you've cut, heals itself. Heals itself perfectly. £16.95. That is just a fantastic buy, isn't it? Really, really lovely. It's A3 size, so if you haven't got a big cutting table, you just want something to work on your desk, then this is absolutely ideal. And then just add it to your order for £16.95. It's got the sewing quarter logo on the corner there. It tells you it's your cutting mat. If you're just setting up a new workroom, or if your cutting mat's had its day, or you want a smaller one to work on as well as your big one, £16.95. Now, a lot of you might have just tuned in for the first time today. We'll have been open, is it 3 weeks tomorrow? We'll be open 3 weeks. We've been open, that's all. And it's fantastic because we've had so much feedback, so many of you joining us. If you've never seen us before and you've just tuned in by accident for the first time, here's a little film to tell you more about who we are here at the Sewing Quarter.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, we sell fabric in all sorts of different sizes. Some will be pre-cut, but others will be specifically cut to your order. The most common measurement you'll hear us talk about here at the Sewing Quarter is your fat quarter. So the fat quarter is 22 inches across and 20 inches there. Now that's 55 centimetres by 50 centimetres, approximately there. Now fat quarters will often be sold in bundles for you, and they come looking beautiful, all lovely and folded, and it's great for storage because it doesn't look as though you've got as much fabric as you're actually getting. Lots of people prefer fat quarters to long quarters because you can cut larger pieces from your fat quarter. So this is a long quarter, and your long quarter is cut across the bolt, so it's edge to edge, crossways. That is your salvage, edge to edge. So we're looking at 110 centimetres across. For those of you that like your inches, that's 44 inches, and it's 25 centimetres deep, so that's what, 10 inches. So if you're looking at cutting your 2.5 inch strips, that's absolutely perfect. You'll get 4 of those out of a long quarter. So you can clearly see the difference between a fat quarter and the long quarter. So this is your ½ metre. So the ½ metre is salvage to salvage, so that's 110 centimetres or 44 inches, and then it's your ½ metre in width there. So that's going to be 50 centimetres or your 20 inches there. Now this is double a fat quarter, so if you have a fat quarter it's going to be half this, and it would just be cut down the middle there, and that would give you 2 fat quarters. It's getting bigger now. We're on to your metre. Here we go. So this is your metre of fabric. So again, edge to edge, crossways, that is your salvage. So that's 110 centimetres or 44 inches. And then this length here, that's your metre or 40 inches. But of course, here at the Sewing Quarter, we cut your fabric from ½ metre increments, so you can buy as much as you like. Check out our website for more details.
It's all fascinating, isn't it? Now, if you haven't joined us before, that's Natasha, my co-presenter. There's 2 of us, and we take it in turns to do the shows. That's Natasha. I think she might have been a bit cold that day with that great big scarf. Anyway, someone else, I'm just showing you this book, right? The A to Z of sewing. So many of you loving it. Lorraine has just messaged in saying, oh, you know, you just showed the pockets for somebody. Can I see the different seams? So, Lorraine, this is just for you and everybody else. Remember, the book is £12.95. We're all in love with this book because it's got so much going on. I'll put it down like that if we can see it from above, then it's easier for me to point out. So we've got the seam section here. There we go. So we start here with a straight seam. Illustration. Can we come in a little bit closer, do you think, with that? Oh. Audrey. Oh, Audrey's going to buy this book for her sister because she's fed up of her ringing saying, how do I do this again? How do I do that again? So we've got the straight seam here, pictures and everything. Let me put then we've got so that's the straight seam there. So even details of where you need to put your foot and things like that. I think it's fantastic for beginners or refreshers. If you're just coming back to it, because we've had so many emails from you saying, oh, I'm loving the channel. I used to do sewing a lot, then had to give up because I brought up my family, had a career or whatever. And now, excuse me, I've got the time to do it. And I just forget little things, and this book is ideal for that. Then you've got here the flat fell seam. We're doing one of those. Zana's doing one of those on the next dress that she's about to do. Keeping going, we've got the self-faced seam here. We've got the French seam there. Now, a lot of people are terrified by a French seam. It's actually terribly easy, but it's very, very, the thought of it is a little bit frightening, I think. And then how to finish your seams, all different ways to finish seams, mitering your corners, trimming, clipping concerns, grading, all that sort of stuff. I know. And then neatening your seams, pressing them open, how to finish them off, turning them under. I love this. I love this when you bind a seam like that with bias binding. I think there's a famous designer who does men's and ladies' clothes, and he half-lines jackets, like the American jackets of the 50s, and then the seams that are exposed, he binds like that in like one of his floral prints or one of his brightly coloured prints. It's really lovely, isn't it? Of course, that's shearing. How many people know how to do shearing these days? I know. Hannah didn't even know what it is. I know, fantastic, isn't it? And then you used to do shearing, and then what was that thing you did? Oh, you'll know the word this at home, where you'd pull it all in, you'd shear it, and then you'd do like little cross stitches on it and everything like that. I can't think what that is. Anyway, A to Z of sewing, the ultimate guide for everyone, from sewing beginners to experts, for £12.95, proving very, very popular today. And also, if you buy that and it's your first order, you'll get the free sewing kit with it, because your first order over £10, you get a free sewing kit. Okay, I've just shown you the clear cutting mat. Oh, I've just shown you the clear cutting mat. This is one of the green ones, which a lot of our designers do like because of the vibrancy of colour and the way that everything's marked out in the yellow there. You've got the inches, you've got the centimetres. In fact, it's almost identical. In fact, it's the same size, £19.95. Almost. Let me move the big one out of the way so you can't see that one. That's what this is, £19.95. See, you've got this is what I was trying to show you on the clear one. If you need to cut things on an angle, if you're making bias binding, if you're cutting corners and things like that, you've got all the different angles on here, 15, 30, 45, 60 and 75. And of course, that's your 90-degree angle on the corner there. You've got your inches going around the outer rim. You've got your centimetre squares with dots in the middle. I don't know if you can see the dots there. Each one's got a little dot in the middle of it. So you can match up. You could match up. If you're matching up pattern and notches and everything, you could do that. And of course, it's a self-healing cutting mat. So I'll just get some more fabric out again. What you do is, with your rotary cutter, which of course is closed before you start, you release the safety guard, so your blade is now exposed. Cut away from yourself. Close the guard, put it down. Beautiful. Look at that, how clean and straight that cut is. If you did it with a ruler as well, you know, kind of, which I'll be bringing you in a little while. Amazing, amazing, sharp, straight lines. £19.95. The rotary cutter that you just saw there's across the bottom, that's the 45mm rotary cutter across there. 5 blades that comes with. I will recap all of this before I leave you this hour, but the mat healed itself. Self-healing mat. Are they fantastic, aren't they? No, Hannah didn't even know these existed until she came to work here, and they are fantastic. She's ruined her table at home. But do you know what? You could just... Also, when you're pinning, right, constantly pinning, if you're working on... My dining room table, before I got my own enough room to have a cutting room at home, the table, I would work on the table, and the little... Every time you pin, creating another little scratch, and eventually over the year, those pin marks mount up, don't they? Not on this. This is completely self-healing. And also, if you don't have a big space, or... If you go to lessons, you know Angie, one of our experts, lovely Angie, she teaches, and you have to take your sewing machine and your cutting mat and your rotary cutter with you. That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it, to take with you? Because the big ones are fantastic, but if you were going to a class or something, and also if you're using the little rotary cutter, you're doing lots of intricate details. £19.95, adds to your order. That is fantastic, isn't it? Really, really nice piece. And if you watch the show every day, there's 99% of times for the show, there's a cutting mat here on the table, isn't there, before we start? Okay, so moving on from that, what am I moving on to now? The scissors. Oh, let me bring that thing. I'll tell you what this is in a minute. I'll just keep moving it out to show you the cutting mat. Sewing quarter scissors. Sewing quarter scissors. These are dressmaking scissors from the sewing quarter. They're 23 centimetres, 9 inches. Look, I'll just show you the package it comes in, shall I? Oh. £9.95, these. Sewing quarter, 23 means... I'll start that again. 23 metres, no, 23 centimetres dressmaker scissors, £9.95. They'd be brilliant. They'd be brilliant for everyday use dressmaking scissors. £9.95, I know. 0800 112 4433 is the number to call if you want to speak to the call centre about anything. You can pop them in your basket at sewingquarter.com. We are doing an hour of dressmaking tools today. If I'm going too fast for you, don't worry, I will have a recap at the end of the show. So Hannah will have fun bringing all these graphics in and out, won't she? £9.95. If you want to see anything, you've got any questions about any of these items, please, please, please just let me know. I'll just pop that down because I'll just show you again, cutting into this poor old fabric. There's so many slashes of fabric. Oh, they cut beautifully. There's such a smooth, wonderful cutting to them. Really, really nice. Again, very sharp, very good. And just brilliant. Brilliant for everyday dressmaking, really. £9.95. Go to the shops. See how much you pay for them there. These are the Sewing Quarter, 23 centimetre scissors. Lovely. Look at the handle. They're not now. These would be good. You see, I like my cutting scissors or my dressmaking scissors to be quite heavy. These are very, very light. And I think it's because this handle, it's beautifully designed for plenty of room. I'll do it that way. And plenty of room for your fingers and your thumb and everything. But not heavy, not too heavy. So if you do have wrist issues or you have hand issues or if you're cutting lots out and your hands get a bit sore, these would be lovely because they're beautifully shaped, but there's no weight to them at all. They're £9.95 for the Sewing Quarter dressmaking scissors. I mean, you might be sitting there going, well, I've got scissors, I've got this. Maybe you have, but maybe you need some new ones. Maybe you know somebody else who needs some. And these are £9.95 with £2.95 post packaging for as many things as you buy during the day. It's all now. A lot of people say, oh, but John, if I keep checking out, will I be charged £2.95 each time? No. You check out, and then at midnight, it all gets consolidated, and you pay 1p&p. No matter, if you bought one of everything that you see on a show, right? If you bought one of everything, you only pay 1p&p of £2.95. I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? So, they are the Sewing Quarter, 23 centimetre dressmaking scissors for £9.95. And they come beautifully packaged in the Sewing Quarter logoed package there. So brilliant as a present. Brilliant as a present. If you comfort grip there, versatile, hard wearing. It's what you need. It's essential. It's an essential, isn't it, really? That's an essential, isn't it? You won't get that one. This is our copy. That's why this packet's a little bit well-worn. You won't be getting that one itself. So now I'm moving on to, this is totally and utterly essential, isn't it? It's a seam ripper. It's a seam ripper. We all need a seam ripper. One, for if you've got to unpick anything. Two, so many, feeding the fabric through the machine. This is a non-slip, soft grip handle. Hemline, that's a large seam ripper. It's one of the larger ones. £2.95. I know. The thing is, right, if you're sitting there in your workroom thinking, oh, I needed this, I needed that, but you haven't had time to pop out to the shops, how easy is it to just order it? Add it to your order here. Dial the number 0800 112 4433, or of course go on the web at www.sewingquarter.com and just pop one in your basket. Pop one in your basket at £2.95. It's got all the essentials. I don't know what I can tell you. It's got the pointy bit, it's got the roundy bit, it's got the other pointy bit there. What is important, it's got a non-slip, soft grip handle for £2.95. I know. It's an essential. It's one that we don't always think about, is it? But it's ideal because you could just literally pop one in your basket now and it's done. Be with you in 4 to 6 working days. I know. Moving on. Oh, I'm running out of time. Not talking too much again, as per usual. Tailor's chalk, another essential. Another absolute essential here. Now you get 3 pieces in here. You get the red, white and the blue. Tailor's chalk, clay-based triangular tablet markers in 3 colours. You all know it's £1.45. Just pop it in your basket. Buy a couple while you're at it. Now, if you're watching, Hannah's saying, what do you think are your essential bits of kit? We've chosen these for you, but you might have other ideas, might you? This is lovely. Everybody needs tailor's chalk. This is the traditional triangular tablet shape, isn't it? And as I say, it comes in 3 colours. Like the pencils earlier, it comes in 3 colours. Pop one in your basket. £1.45, I was going to say then. £1.45. 0800 112 4433. Speak to the call centre, or you can leave Hannah a message either by on the web chat on the web, or studio@sewingquarter.com. Or you can just have a look at all of our items on... We've got a web shop as well. Oh, now, the other thing I need to say to you is, if you're thinking, oh, I need that tailor's chalk, if you go to the web shop now, you can only buy them by buying them if you click on the shop, on the live channel now. If you go to the web shop, they might not be there, because sometimes they take them out and give them to us. It's all very complicated. We are getting it sorted, but... Just press your add to your basket now for £1.45. Oh, there they are, you see. All you need to do there is press on add to your basket. Then once they're in your basket, you just click on it and you can check out. I know. Oh, there's me turning it, thinking that's live, but that's a few seconds behind, isn't it? There's your message. There's your message if you want to message through to the studio. Beautiful, aren't they? And look at all that, everything we've shown up till now. Oh, that Taylor's pressing ham looks like looks a bit odd the way it's been wrapped there, doesn't it? Looks like something to the butcher's counter there. It does look like a haggis there, doesn't it? All the things we've shown you, including the fabrics from the first show, all there at £1.45. Right, I'm going to move on. I'm going to ask Jay if he can do me a favour and get me some water, Jay, because my throat's a little bit dry. Right, we love these. We love these, and everybody loves these. I was bought a pair of these. I did years and years and years ago. I did a show called Hobson's Choice in the theatre, at the Mercury Theatre in Colchester. And one of the actresses who played Maggie bought me a pair of scissors, and I loved them. And I thought, oh, she must have gone to an antique shop and got these. Didn't realise that they were traditional stalk sewing quarter, gold-plated embroidery scissors. Aren't they lovely? Now, it's a stalk... because the history comes from all the midwives in the olden days, while they were sitting waiting for the birth to happen, they'd do stitching. They'd be doing stitching. And the stalk brings the baby, doesn't they? So they designed these lovely little stalk traditional scissors. Now, these are gold-plated. For £9.95. What a lovely, lovely, lovely gift, aren't they? Really, really cute. They're sharp as well. Just please be careful. That bill, that beak is very, very sharp. Ideal for intricate and detailed cutting. Easy to hold handles. Super fine tip for detailed hand needlework. And durable. Let me show you how they arrive. They come like this in the lovely sewing quarter. The thing is, buy one for you and one for a friend. Buy one for you and one for a friend, because they're lovely, aren't they? And they're gold-plated. Who can say they've got gold-plated scissors? They're lovely, £9.95. Look, let me just show you. They're so sharp. Oh, sorry, they're so sharp. Look at that. They're brilliant. Ooh, at £9.95. Can't really go wrong with those, can you? Okay, moving on. I've got so many things still to show you, and I've got to do my roundup at the end as well. Right, okay. Now, these are essentials. These are all the ladies, all my experts all say that these are essentials. Like a quilting ruler, isn't it? Now, this is the 6.5 by 6.5 inch one, but obviously 16.5 by 16.5 centimetres. Oh. £7.95. Now, let me put it on top of the fabric, because there's so much to show you on here. You've got everything you need. You've got everything you need on here. You've got your centimetres around the outside. Oh, there you go. That's a good shot, isn't it? You've got centimetres around the outside. You've got all the different gauges in between. You've got really, really fantastic markings all the way around there. And you've got all the angles on that you might need, all the fantastic angles. Also, when you're lining up, if you need something that's 6 centimetres wide, like imagine you're getting a strip of 6 centimetres wide, just line it up with the 6 centimetre mark there. All the ladies, all the experts love these rulers. Again, this is a sewing quarter. This is how it'll arrive. The sewing quarter quilted ruler, 6.5 by 6.5 inches, £7.95. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it out because it matches perfectly, excuse me, with the next one. So I'll just put that one there and that one there. This is the next one. Now, this, excuse me, is the one that all of our ladies, all of our experts, all of our designers said they started with. This was the one they bought to start with. Obviously, this is a sewing quarter. This is a sewing quarter one. They won't have had that one because this one's specially for us, and we've only been open 3 weeks tomorrow. But It's essential, they said. Absolutely essential, because it's long enough, and when your fabric is on the fold, it's long enough to cut straight the way across the fabric, isn't it? Really, but also what they say, I'm just going to pop this down on the cutting board. What they say is if you join this one and this one together, it gives you the most fantastic, there you go, gives you the most fantastic corner. So you just put your hands on here and you can use your rotary cutter up here, and then you twist your mat round, or go that way round. You twist your mat round and then you cut the corner that way as well. So it's just a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant combination of the two. So I'm just showing you now the longer one here. Okay, this is the longer one here. There's a problem with the graphics, but just ring the call centre. They'll be able to help you with it. It's 24 inches by 6 inches. And you've got all the angles on there. If you need to cut the bias binding tape, if you need to put them on a different angle to cut a corner and things like that. Perfect, isn't it? How much is that one, Hannah? £13.95. £13.95. Just having an issue with the graphics. So if you ring the call centre, or if you, I don't know if you can look it on the web or not, but if you ring the call centre, 0800 112 44 33, they'll be able to help. Crikey, there's so much stuff in this hour, isn't there? Oh, somebody wants to see the book again? Of course you can. I want to buy it as a gift. Fabulous. Do you know what? £12.95. Go to a supermarket and get £12.95's worth of flowers. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Flowers, they guarantee the flowers will last for a week, don't they? Say 7 days flowering. This, you can have this in your workshop or your daughter's workshop or your friend's workshop, your sister's workshop, forever. And it's your go-to book. Audrey's going to buy one of these for her sister because she's so fed up of her sister ringing her going, oh, how do I do this again? It's got tips galore. Absolutely tips galore in there. At £12.95. What an ideal... Well, self-gift... I always say, don't I, self-gifting is the best way to go. But as a gift, this would be incredible, wouldn't it? So that's £12.95. There we go. OK, let me just put that over there, move that over. I've only got 5 minutes. Got 2 things to show you in 5 minutes, then. Oh, 3 things, but here we go. Essentials. Essentials glass-headed pins. All of our experts say they always use the glass-headed pins because the glass is not affected by iron. It says it there. You can see it on there. Glass is not affected by the iron. So you can iron with these. They're not going to melt. They're not going to melt. Now, these are the 34mm. You get 95 of them. You get 95 of them in there. So that's perfect. At £3.45, they're nickel-plated. Really lovely, aren't they? And like I say, all our designers use these because they like the glass-headed ones. Right. OK, the last piece I'm going to show you is a request. And I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. RJ adores these. Look. They look like a pelican, don't they? They look like a pelican. They are incredible. I'd never seen anything like them before I came here. They are the Fiskars. Well, they're just brilliant because, look, they've got a safety catch here. And if you let go of the safety catch, they open up like scissors. But do you know what? To press them, if you have any issues with your wrist or with your arm or with your hand, you don't need any pressure at all. There's a spring system in there which makes you can so easily cut with. Look, I'm not putting any pressure on there whatsoever. They're incredible, aren't they? Lovely, lovely Fiskars scissors there. Now, they're like a pump action, aren't they? Spring action there. Let me just put the, close the thing again. So they've got a safety catch on there. So what happens is if you just leave them, there's no chance of them opening or anything because the safety catch is holding them in place. But then you literally just release it very easily like that. And then you just literally press very, very gently on there and you just cut your way through your fabric. Obviously, the blades are very, very sharp. £22.95. I'm sorry there's no graphics in. We're just having a few issues at the moment. If you give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 44 33, they'll be able to help you with them. Oh, now, if you want the code for these, it's IYGQ13. But if you just ring through and say you want the scissors that look like a pelican, the call centre are brilliant, will know exactly what you mean. Aren't they fantastic? I'm sorry about the graphics. I'm sorry I can't show you the graphics, but Jay, you don't mind me saying, do you, Jay? Jay's got, he has issues with one of his hands, doesn't he? And he said these are brilliant to cut things with because there's no pressure needed. They're just on a spring there. £22, and was it £22.95? Yep, £22.95. Just ring the call centre. They are brilliant, aren't they? Sorry we didn't have any graphics there to show you, but if you, like I say, if you ring the call centre, they know exactly what to do. So, do you want me to do a quick roundup? Is there anything you want to see? Oh, is there anything you want to see? As you can see, there are a few issues today. If there's anything else you want to see, then just let me know. Email us, text us, web chat us, whatever you want to do. These are lovely. What you need to do is you need to get these for your workroom because they are just, well, they've become an essential. I would have said at the beginning, oh, they're just a luxury, but they are an absolute essential for your workroom. Just lovely, isn't it? Really, really good. 0800 112 44 33 is write code. We've just done an hour of dressmaking. That hour's flown by. That hour's completely and utterly flown by. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep all the items that I've shown you out. So if you want to see any of them, or let me know if you want any questions about them, because after the break, Zana's coming up with a 2-hour dressmaking special. It's the most beautiful, beautiful pattern. I'll tell you all about it when we come back after the break. But if there's anything from this hour that you've loved or you want to see, especially the book. The book is very, very popular. This is £12.95, this book, The A to Z of Sewing. Really, really, really popular because it's got so much crammed into the pages here. Everything you want to know is all crammed in there. There's so much information. We've shown you the pockets, we've shown you the seams, we've shown you the stitches. There is so much going on in that lovely, lovely book. And so many of you buying it as gifts for people, which is a lovely, lovely thought. It's £12.95. Ring the call centre, 0800 112 44 33. Or you can go on the web, www.sewingquarter.com. It just flashed in and out there for you. Oh, it's back again. There you go. Make sure you do for anything you need. But don't go anywhere. We've got a fabulous dressmaking show coming up in 3 minutes from now. When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99. Here at the Sewing Quarter, we want to help you with your levels of sewing. Whether you're a novice or you've been sewing for years and years, we want this to be a fabulous learning curve for all of you. Whether it's making a little gift or making yourself a fabulous outfit, we will be working with some of the UK's biggest designers. You have to join us for that.
Don't forget, our sister brands are some of the leading brands in the industry, with Love Patchwork and Quilting being rated top modern quilt title on the market. Today's Quilter has achieved market leadership in the traditional quilt sector. And finally, Simply Sewing was launched in February 2015 after noticing a gap in the market for beginners. Combined, we reach over 150,000 readers every month.
I would say it's extremely innovative, very creative, colourful as well, vibrant definitely, and very fresh. The thing I'm most excited about Sewing Quarter is the people that I get to work with. I've met so many amazing people behind the scenes, on the set, in front of the camera. I absolutely love the energy here. Actually, people probably don't even notice how much preparation goes into our shows. I am quilting at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, stressing about it, making sure it's perfect for the show. I love making corsages, and I don't know why. I just think they're so pretty, and they're so easy to make. My husband works for the camera crew. He told me that they had a designer that couldn't make the show on that particular day, so then I just stepped in at the last minute and it became an amazing opportunity for me.
The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
Aren't they fascinating meeting all our designers like that? Now, you have said to us that you love to see dressmaking demonstrations. So now Zana's back, and we're going to take 2 hours on a dressmaking. So we're going to go into detail, we're going to show you about patterns, we're going to show you about everything. Zana's going to make this gorgeous dress, which I'll show you the pattern in a second, because it's a really, really versatile... I'll stop going on about it and I'll show it to you, but I will introduce you to the 2 fabrics we've got available in this hour, both of which are just stunning, aren't they? Make a lovely shirt for John Scott, I'm just saying. Make a lovely shirt for me. Have a look at it, isn't it lovely? Look up close to it. That is stunning, isn't it? It's a Sevenberry print. Now it's £5.95 for half a metre. And isn't it gorgeous? Isn't it stunning? Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it classic? I just think it's fresh and exciting and exhilarating. Now, we're showing you how to make this one dress in it, but of course you can make whatever you want out of it. But it's £5.95 for half a metre, and I just love it. I love, love, love that fabric. If, however, that's a little bit too colourful for you, or maybe you want to make something that's a little slightly more demure, but you love pattern, then how about this? This is lovely, isn't it? It's, dial the number, 0800 112 44 33 if you need to. It's called Cuckoo's Calling in navy. And isn't that a lovely, lovely print? So if you like prints and you like something going on with your fabric, but you don't want lots and lots of colours, you see, you could almost imagine making something for the workplace out of that, you know, where you want to look glamorous and look stylish and smart, but you've got to keep it to a sort of more plain colour. That is lovely. The Cuckoo's Calling in navy, £5.95 for half a metre. I will go through them with you again later, but first of all, we're going to have a full, in-depth dressmaking demonstration now with Zana, creating this lovely dress. I'll just go over and join her, but before we actually start, hello again. Hello. Before we actually start on all the demonstration and everything, I want to take you through the pattern. The pattern, this is for sale, right? This is for sale, and I just love it. It's like a magazine. It's like a piece, well, you'll see now. It's called Woven Essentials. It's an Alison Glass pattern. So you see on the front, normally on the front you have a picture of the design that you're going to make. Well, this is far, far, far more than that. Look how gorgeous this is. Look, it's like an expensive magazine. It's like a little brochure, isn't it? Because in here, from the one pattern, you can make so many. You know me, you know I'm always going on about your capsule wardrobe. Well, you could begin your capsule wardrobe with this, because all of these, so you've got, I'll just move across there, skirt, top, you've got the lovely gathered, like 50s dress there with the longer sleeves, or this one, which this is the one we're making today, but we've done added extra. You've put pockets in it, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
That's called that's what this is all about. You see, look at this, right? All the different things, all of these instructions, all of these patterns are in. Look, isn't it incredible? So look at all this, right? I'll go through more of it with you later, but getting started and a word about the fit. So what they say to you to do is measure yourself properly first. If you can't do this on your own, then get a friend to help you. What they also say down here is don't cut the patterns up that are in the book here. Trace them off so that you've always got them, because you're going to want, what it is they suggest, excuse me, they suggest that you make one out of like a practice run, a tool, you know, kind of to make a practice one that you can do the fit on and make sure that it fits you. Then you know that when the basic pattern is to your size, toile I meant, not tulle, toile, then you can, now look at this, there's even a thorough size chart here about your measurements and the measurements of the finished garment, any notes you want to make, and they're calling it a make it out of muslin to start with. They're saying, but it's a toile, isn't it, that you'd make it out of. When we were at college, we made them all out of calico toiles. You don't have to if you don't want to, but, if you make that muslin toile, you know that the fit is going to be perfect, and then you can use those pattern pieces to make all of the pieces within this pattern book. You see now, look, this is the one we're making, chapter 3. That's the one we're making today, but with added pockets. I'll go through this properly again with you later, but look, it's got the long skirt, it's got the short gathered skirt, it's got, this is all in here. This is all in here. The tunic dress. It's got the tunic dress there. It's got the bracelet sleeved gathered dress. That's the one I said was like the 1950s dress earlier. Everything. It's even got a chapter about how to embellish. Once you've made something, if you're making it out of a solid, you can embellish it there. And look at this. In there, in that envelope, is your pattern. Now, how beautiful is that as a gift? I mean, just for yourself, self-gifting, but for anybody else as well. £23.95. I'll go through more of it in a minute about Alison Glass and her collaboration with Karen and everything, and we'll go through that more. But you want to have a dressmaking demonstration, and that's exactly what we're going to have. We're going to take our time. We're going to go through it nicely. You're going to give us Zana tips as we go through, aren't we? So I'll just pop that there. So, first of all, before we start, how did you find it? How did you...
Amazing. I've never actually seen a pattern like this in colour, let alone to have its own individual little envelope with a little sticker. I just thought the personal touches to this were amazing. This makes a great gift as well.
But also, it gives you confidence...
that your patterns are going to be safe.
Yeah, and also that if they've taken this much trouble over the pattern, then you know you're in good hands for the rest of it, don't you?
And not only that, I just find that the pages, the actual pages themselves, the quality of them, they're not thin, they're not too transparent either. They look like they're very long wearing, very durable. And same with the patterns themselves. They're not like a thin tracing paper which can rip and tear quite easily.
We are used to seeing patterns, aren't we, that are made of the very, very fine, like tracing paper, aren't they? Whereas that looks like good quality vellum paper, doesn't it?
And you've got multiple sizes on this as well, and it's very, very clearly labelled, whereas with the tracing paper, it rips quite easily if you're trying to do larger sizes and things like that. Sometimes you get those larger sizes that rip, and then you end up having to do the smaller sizes, which doesn't quite give you that fit.
This is why they're suggesting then tracing off the pattern, so you've always got this good quality. Because if you're going to be able to make, excuse me, if you're going to be able to make all those different pieces from this one pattern, you want to keep it. And also, if you've made it for yourself, say you're a size 14, and you've made it for yourself, and then your sister, who's a different size, or your friend who's a different size, you've got the pattern there to make all the different sizes in. So, yes, the thing is, I was about to say, we're making the woven dress chapter 3, but imagine if your sister said, or your friend said, oh, it looks very nice, but it wouldn't suit me. I'd like the bracelet dress with the gathered skirt, because different shapes suit different people. You've got it all here. I'll tell you about how much fabric you need to buy in a second, because it's got all of that, how to work it out and everything like that. Now, I think this is in yards, but we'll be able to sort that out for you. So, you started with the pattern.
Yes, with the pattern you do get... you get pages here, which you've got your centre front skirt, just there, which is on the fold as well. And then you also have your bodice pieces on the same piece. And then you have...
we're having trouble getting it on the camera, so let me hold it up. You're going to be able to see that on there. It's very white. There you go. Do you know what? They look like architect's drawings, don't they? They look that...
They do, like blueprint.
Yeah, like a blueprint. They're fantastic, aren't they?
They're very well structured.
So, obviously, so these are ones you'd keep, aren't they? And then you trace them off. And I think you're going to show us how you've traced them off.
Yeah, and you also get a sheet as well. You get that with your back skirt. And then you also have the sleeves on there as well. And then you get another one, which I haven't actually used because that's the tunic.
Oh, yes. Now, this is if you want the gathered skirt or the tunic back, or the gathered skirt and the tunic front, then this is on a completely set. You get all of this, you get all of this. Look how beautiful. Everything about it just screams classiness, doesn't it?
Very decorative.
And
very decorative.
But also, once you've made it, that little booklet is like like a bound booklet, isn't it? It's just stunning. So we didn't use this bit at all.
No,
so I'll put that bit to one side. Put that bit to one side. Because we're making the wove... Oh, we're making this dress on the front. We're making this dress, aren't we? That's the shape of the dress we're making.
Yes.
I say we, the royal we, Zana's going to make. OK, so let's get on with it.
I'll leave you with the ironing.
Yes, all right then.
So what I've done already is I've just found... You can either use dot and cross paper. What I've just found is some parchment paper that you can get from your local supermarket, and I prefer to use the white kind. You can get it so it's like a brown colour, almost like a biscuit kind of brown. Yeah. Well, the front cover of that sort of colour. But I prefer to use the white colour.
Yeah.
And all I've done is I've just traced over the size, and I use size C.
Right, OK. Shall we talk about the size now before we go any further? Let's talk about the size now, because it tells you exactly... Now, so I've got to find it. What size you... Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now, this is the size chart telling you what size pattern you need to use. So what we've done is we'll go on the C, which is the one we've used here. The actual body measurements, 34.5-inch bust, 27-inch waist and 37-inch hip, which means the actual finished garment will be 36.5, 28, 40. So you need to go by your measurements of which size pattern. But look at the size range from A to K. So it goes from a 31.5-inch bust right the way up to a 50-inch bust. That's incredible. Yet not all patterns have that size range, do they? From 31.5 to 50. Yeah. So you choose which pattern you want, which is why I'm saying, so we're making which one C today, but your friend or your sister might be a G or they might be an A. So you want to keep the pattern, don't you, for everything that you're... for future use, because as I say, you can make so many. You can make a capsule wardrobe out of this. we've made the woven chapter 3, the woven dress it's called, in size C. Okay.
Yeah, and so what I've done here is I've just traced my patterns. I'm going to show you how to trace a pattern, because you want to make sure you've got all the markings on there.
Yes. As Anna just said, she's used the white pattern paper, but you can get the dot and cross. You could use greaseproof paper. I use
dot and cross as well. Yeah. But this is just so much easier. It's easier to see as well if you're demonstrating, because you can see straight through this. So here we have our centre front bodice, and this marking here, which is a line, almost a rectangle with 2 arrows this way, and it says place on the fold. Now that indicates a fold line, which is where you'd fold the fabric. So you only cut one of the outer fabric on that. So I'm going to place the edge. It's a straight edge. So I'm going to place the straight edge of my parchment paper just there. Put something heavy on there. And I'm just going to trace my curves around. And again, I'm just going to go for the C.
So each of the pattern sizes have a different line to follow. So you've either got 3 little dots, you've got like Morse code. Each one has a different kind of Morse code, so you know which line you're following. So it's quite obvious once you know which line to follow that you're just following around.
It indicates just here, and it shows you on every single sheet of pattern paper that it's actually got in the pack, which is great. So just in case you forget, it's just there. And I would say if you've got a French curve, that is very beneficial at this stage.
Oh yeah, we had a French curve in the last hour. I can get that across for you if you want that later.
So it's just to give you a nice, neat curve.
Yeah.
When you're tracing.
I mean, you're very good at doing that, hand, but if you're new at it, let me go and get. I'll go and get it. You carry on drawing. I'll go and get it.
Kind of weighing it down with some supplies here. There we go. So that would fit quite nicely there. I mean, you can move your curve around to angle it correctly.
There it is, the So Easy French curve, 10.95.
Gives you just a nicer curve, something a little more solid.
Of course. But you can use the French curve to do straight lines, so it's got a straight edge as well here if you need to draw any straight lines as well.
That's very handy, just to have everything in one.
She says concentrating.
I am concentrating. It does take a lot of concentration.
Well, this is part of the fun, though, isn't it? This is all part of the fun of making
very
something
therapeutic.
Like this. Yes.
I'm going to use the straight side. Oh, it's very flexible.
I know, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah. Nice and lightweight, especially for travelling.
Yeah, now I was saying earlier, if you go to, like, Angela, one of our experts, she teaches, she gives lessons, and the people have to bring all their stuff with them. So nice, lightweight
it gets
ruler
so
like
heavy.
that's perfect, yes.
And I'm just going to use the straight edge here. Just moved it out of place. You can just realign if that does occur.
Okay, in the beginning, in the opening of the pamphlet, of the little booklet, it said, this may be a good pattern for people who've already got sewing skills, but Hannah, very honest, she doesn't know that much about, and it's not me saying it, this is her saying it, she doesn't know much about it, but she read it during prep this morning, and she said she'd love it because she understood it. It explained everything so well to her.
It's a very easy pattern to follow. It's just a lot of effort with ironing. But it's such a beautiful
What you just drawn in, that's the dart
dress.
you just drawn in there.
Yes. If I pull that underneath, you can see these little sort of triangular shapes here, or like a V shape, and that's to indicate a dart. And what we would do is we would stitch that so then it would pull the fabric and taper the fabric. So it fits nicely around the waistline. Usually you find darts in the waistline.
So that's that one there, look.
You've got the little lines on the front,
yeah. So that's those darts that we've just drawn in there.
And what you want to do is you want to actually draw in all the markings that you can find here. So you want to draw in your fold line, but just in case you want to use this pattern again, it will also remind you where to fold your fabric and where to cut to outer pieces. So just draw the indications, and also you need to mark where your facing is going to go.
Talk about the facing in a little while when we get to it.
And then there's another dart around the bust.
And we're following the lines of the pattern. We're doing a pattern C, so you just follow the lines of the pattern. But you see, what you can do is if you have made a muslin or a toile beforehand, you could have tested that the darts are in the right place, and you could always move them around if you wanted to realign them if they're not in quite the right place.
Yeah. And another thing I like to do is I like to label my pattern. So this is bodice front, otherwise it all looks the same and can get very confusing. And I would like to put cut one on fold, and then this does include seam allowances.
It does?
It does.
Right.
It's not actually labelled on here, which I think is actually simpler to follow, because some of them, it gets very busy, very chaotic on the paper.
Of course.
This is really, really clear and clean cut.
But again, it's that thing where you read the instructions before you start, because what Hannah loves is that she loves the fact that it's warning you what's coming up. It gives you important notes. So if you're in the middle of this, it's saying, but remember, in a minute, you're going to have to do this, this, and this. So it's so detailed, isn't it? It's brilliant. So we're making this dress that's on the front, but we've added, or Zana's added pockets to it. But you can make so many things from this one pattern. It's just incredible.
You will need paper scissors at this stage to cut your pattern pieces out. You do not want to go in with fabric scissors, as you will blunt them.
No, of course. Also, what Hannah's saying is it tells you what to get ready. So if you do want pockets in it, then it tells you what to do. It's advising you. It's also got, if you're not sure about where to measure, while Zana's just cutting that out, I'll just show you here. It tells you exactly where to measure for all the measurements that you need to cut. Because so many people go, oh, where exactly is the bust? Where exactly is the hip? Where exactly is the waist? Hips are usually 8 inches below your waist. That's where they normally are. And do you know how you find your natural waist? Just tie something round. Just tie something round your waist and it will naturally fold.
It will ride up into a little crevice.
Up into where you, and you'll be surprised how much higher your natural waist is than you think. And then what you do is you take all your measurements from, so if you're doing a nape to back waist and everything, that's where you measure from and to, isn't it? And from there to your bigger, you do a top hip and a bottom hip a lot of the time, 3 inches and 8 inches down.
So I'm just cutting out my pattern, and you want to do it as neatly as you can.
Yes. But if you're going to keep it as well, you want it to be there.
Nice and
you don't
neat.
want to rush it or anything.
And I will emphasise on labelling patterns, because this can get very, very confused, especially for first-time dressmakers as well. And I've noted that it includes the seam allowance.
Can I just say, producer Hannah is completely and utterly in love with this pattern. Already, she said, John, it's the most beautiful pattern I've ever seen in my whole life.
I should have made it in her size. I should get them.
Yes, you should. Yes,
get her measurements and we'll.
And then she's like, she just said, oh well, if it's such a beautiful pattern, you want to cut it out beautifully, or you want to make it beautifully, it inspires you to make it beautifully and everything. So it is. I mean, it is a work of art. It is like a little magazine of its own. Let me just show you again, because within this pattern, it's very simple, but you can make a capsule wardrobe. You can make the top. You can make the skirt. You can make this bracelet sleeve dress with the gathered skirt. You can make the sheath dress here, which is one we're making. And you can make the tabard, the tunic as well. And it also shows you all the different necklines, the different armhole lines, the different sleeves, the different embellishment, everything like that. It's just the most amazing piece. Okay, so you would do that. You've only done, obviously, the front bodice.
You would do the front bodice, the back bodice, and you would cut to the back. The front is on the fold, and you would do the sleeves as well. You can choose whichever size sleeves. If you want sleeves, you can do this with or without
because
sleeves.
You can make it sleeveous, you can make it short sleeved, or you can make it bracelet length sleeves. That's the joy of the pattern.
3/4 sleeves, or you can even have long sleeves. I mean, you can create cuffs. You can really explore this pattern a little deeper than we have.
You chose to do the kind of short sleeves for summer, didn't you? But you could have gone sleeveless, or you could have gone with I always call them princess length, but they're obviously called bracelet length sleeves. You can just choose. That's the joy of this pattern.
You can tailor it to your needs.
Exactly.
If you're someone who likes to wear a lot of bracelets, a lot of jewellery, or if you work in an office as well.
But you know, that is the most, they say in the fashion world, that every lady has a beautiful forearm. You know what I mean? Because where your watch goes, where your bracelet goes, it's always lovely and elegant to show that off. But some people are quite happy to have a sleeveless top and not worry about it. Some people are worried that they might have, bingo wings, something like that, so short or long. You might be going somewhere where you can't wear short sleeves or no sleeves, and you want the full, the 3/4 length sleeve.
I know a lot of receptionists are not allowed to actually wear short sleeves. They have to wear 3/4 sleeves, and this is beautiful because this is a tailored dress as well.
Okay.
More of a modern tailored look. I think it's slightly looser in the neck as well.
Yes, of course. So you've got two fronts, or you would have got two fronts, one back, and the panels for the skirt.
Yeah, and I just realised. Yeah. And if you want pockets as well, you'll need to do the pockets. I've just realised I actually haven't. Just a bit naughty. I have not put my grain in. So I'm actually going to do this, because that can get very, very confusing at times. So I'm just going to draw a straight line, and you can fill that with some arrows. And that's the grain of the fabric, and that will be...
Now, some people go, why do you need that? Because surely everything's cut up and down the fabric, but it's not, is it?
No, because we could get a bit confused and put it that way.
Yeah.
And it's not quite right. So.
But then some will have an arrow going diagonally across it, which when you've got to cut it on the bias, because some will have not this, but some dresses will have panels on the bias.
And sometimes you'll see the grain is more of a horizontal marking. Yeah. So, especially if you're working with printed fabrics like stripes.
Oh yes, that's
if they're in the wrong direction.
Yes. Oh no, there'd be nothing worse. You cut it all out.
Half the bodice is vertical. The other half is horizontal, because you just haven't matched up your pieces properly. So the grain always goes along the selvage with a plain woven fabric, which is what this is. Beautiful fabric. It's really soft. And then you just want to pin your things in place. Now, I will say, if you'd like to do French seams, you need to have your right sides facing up, so your wrong sides together when you cut your pattern out, as you will be stitching on the outside, then folding your seams from the outside in, if that makes any sense.
Now, you've just placed that here. That's not where you go, because that goes on the fold, isn't it? Yes.
If you want to do what I was doing, which is standard seams, and I just did a flat fell seam, which I'll show you later.
Which we can show you in that book as well, because I'll show you.
So you want to turn your fabric the other way around, and what I actually cut first were the skirt pieces.
Right.
That's what I did first. So I'm just going to pin my skirt pattern onto here.
So you've just showed us how to do that. You've got all the patterns that you used from your dress earlier. Do you want some help?
Yes, please. I've got small arms. Which is
Well,
what I think is great about here. I can tailor
how gorgeous this fabric is. I love this summery print. So that's what you're trying to do, isn't it?
Thank you.
Has that still got the selvage on it? It's £5 and 95 pence for half a metre. It's the Sevenberry print. It's lovely.
And also, I was a bit confused about thread for this, what colour I should use, whether I should go dark or white or light.
Oh.
But I've noticed here, you've actually got the colours used in the fabric, so you can colour match. You can just cut that out and take that with you to the store, or
this is lovely.
sewing quarter online.
If I remember rightly, isn't this Japanese fabric? Does it say that? Oh, they're made by Japan, yeah. They're all the colours, you see, that are in the fabric. So if you wanted the navy, which I'd automatically go for a navy top stitching, but all of those colours, you can match your threads. In fact, that's very like that thread pack that we sell, isn't it? It's got the pink, the green, the blue, and the yellow. Very lovely. But all the colours in there, if you need to match them up. Really? So you could just go to the shops with your selvage if you wanted to, or go to your cotton reel box and just look with it to match them up.
So the way I was taught at university was always have your fabric laying flat, your selvages meeting up, and do a pattern layout, which means lay it all across the table and lay out your pattern accordingly to make the most of your fabric, so you wouldn't have much wastage.
Yes.
And I choose this technique all the time. It's bulletproof. You
so
can't go wrong with
before you cut anything else at all, you lay your whole piece of fabric out, and you put all of the pieces out onto the fabric.
Now, for some unusual reason, I always start largest first.
Okay.
And this was, I think it was 36-inch bust, about 27-inch waist, we see.
Yes, that's right, 27-inch waist. No,
around that size. Yeah. And that actually came to 2.25 metres of fabric. And I still had some scraps.
I'll go through that with you in a second.
So on the fold, long way around. So here you can see I've done my little, almost a rectangle, as I like to call it, with the little arrows, and that's on the fold.
And that the pattern's got seam allowance in it, hasn't it, you said? There's already seam allowance
I can actually ride this up a little and make the most of my fabric here. Yes, this pattern definitely has seam allowance in 4/8 of an inch, 5/8 of an inch in some areas, depending. It goes through a lot of different seam allowances. Oh, does it? Oh, that's interesting. Stay stitch allowances. It's a bit more than usual.
But it tells you everything,
doesn't it? Very straightforward pattern. Thank you very much, John.
That's all right. Hang on, let's move that out of the way.
You do make a fabulous assistant. So you've got a wealth of experience in dressmaking. You understand what I'm thinking before I even ask.
Oh, right, okay, so let's just get that out. There you go.
Thank you.
Selvage to selvage. No?
But once all the prep work's in place, that's the effort there. Once the prep work's done, then it's just happy sewing.
You only see my hands here because I'm holding the fabric in place so it doesn't roll off the table. I will be back in a minute. Some people say that's a blessing.
So what I'm going to do here is just pin my fabric in place, and you want to make sure that you are not scratching a table surface when you do this.
Yes.
And that anything that says fold is on the fold.
Can I ask a question that people will be asking at home? Is this fabric then not directional? Because have you got one panel going upwards and one panel going downwards there? Or is that not placed yet? Is that not in the right place
It's not placed yet.
Oh, sorry.
I could do it that way.
Yeah.
I did do it that way. Certain prints you do have to be very careful. I think it might be directional, actually.
Yeah. So you do that with this?
Some flower heads going down, some flower heads going up.
Yeah.
And the great thing about having tracing paper here or parchment paper is the fact that you can reverse it.
Yes,
and still see through. You can still see your darts. So once you've pinned it in place.
Margaret's saying she loves the sewing quarter. Thank you, Margaret, my love. Great product and inspirational demos. Especially when John's not in the picture. Don't say that. I'll get. She didn't say that. She didn't say that. I'm going to get all upset again. That's what Hannah does to me. Yeah, the producer, making a presenter cry. It's not a good look. Because also, when you lay all the pieces out like you have done now,
yes.
That's not wasted, because what you'll do is you can put facing panels in there.
Yep,
and
that's
things
exactly
like that,
what I'm going to do. I'm going to utilise every little bit of fabric. It's too beautiful to waste.
Oh, I'm on again now. Oh, what's the matter with Hannah?
Facing in there as well. Now this is where it gets confusing, because to me the facing is such an unusual shape.
Yes,
so I would get lost if I didn't have my grain line in there.
Exactly. But also now with the facing, you will never see the facing, will you? The people, once you're wearing the dress, the facing won't be seen. So you could almost do that if it just fitted in another way. You could put it on a different. You know what I mean? Like you're having trouble struggling to put in there.
Oh,
you
but
could
it's fine.
almost
We've got our
put
pockets
that way,
cut out.
you see, because nobody's going to see the facing.
Yeah.
Right, so the facing, I'll just explain if I come in and hold this, right? Somebody sets in saying, what's the facing? Round the neck, neither of us have got one on.
Shall I turn around and then you can illustrate?
Oh, okay. Has yours got facing on it?
No, I've got
Basically,
lining.
so what you do for a facing is you'd stitch the same shape on that way, stitch around this edge, and then fold it over. And the facing is the bit that this one's actually got binding on it, but the facing sits all the way in there. Around and it's like stops the neckline roll. You have it on reveres and things like that. Stops it rolling round, and it also finishes off, and it encases all the seam all around the neck. So it gives you a really
gives you a nice finish to a neckline.
Exactly.
Certainly. So we need to cut 4 of our pocket, and I've just realised I've put that on the wrong grain there. So you can fill in the gaps by filling in your pockets.
So nothing gets wasted.
Nothing gets wasted.
Now remember, this is the Alison Glass pattern. We are doing I'll show you in a minute. We're doing it's a pattern where you get lots and lots of different dresses, capsule dresses and tops and skirts out of the same pattern. We're doing the very basic shift dress here. And Zana's just showing how she's traced the pattern off, because you don't want to ruin the original pattern. First of all, because the huge size range that it comes in, but also it's so beautiful, you wouldn't want to ruin it. So you just trace off the pattern, so you've got your pattern pieces, and now we're just placing it all out on the fabric.
So once you've got all that out on the fabric, again, that needs to be on the fold, so I'm going to put that one there. Oh, that needs to be... Oh, that's the one we just did. I'm confusing myself now. Got 2 front bodices.
I'm just going to put a pair of scissors on there so it doesn't roll off.
There we go.
While you place all that, Zana, we're just going to go over and see. I can show you a facing on here, actually. This is the facing of the neckline. Oh, do you want me to pull it in a bit, or is it all right there? That's the facing of the neckline there. So what we've done is there's a panel of fabric that goes round there like that, and it's stitched there, and we'll show you how to do this properly in a minute, but it gives you that lovely finish to the neckline there. A lot of the time that'll just be turned in, overlocked and stitched down. On some of your high street stores, this is the joy of being able to make for yourself, because at high end you'll get facings, high end shops you'll get facings, but a lot of high street shops now will just overlock and turn in, and that will just be stitched down. But this way you have no stitching, you see, it's just a lovely, lovely soft neckline there. Let me just show you the fabrics that are available at the moment as well, and then I'll go back to Zana with her placing. These are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful fabrics, aren't they? Really, really lovely. This is the one that Zana's using to make the dress. Fabulous floral print. Really lovely. It's got the navy blue, the very, very dark navy blue background there. And then that beautiful, it's called the Sevenberry Prints, made by in Japan. £5.95 for half a metre. Beautiful. I will go through how much you need for each of the sizes later on when I show you the pattern again later on. That one's £5.95 for half a metre. Remember, you can have it in half metre increments. The minimum is half a metre, and then after that, you can buy 1 metre, 1.5 metres, 2 metres. Obviously, if you buy a metre each, it comes in one piece. We don't cut it into half metre pieces. Really, really lovely, isn't it? Gorgeous, gorgeous print. Are we having a graphic? Oh, is the graphic gone? Graphic's gone. Okay, and the next one down. Now, if you love pattern, but you're not necessarily wanting all that colour, this is really, really lovely. It's, look at it, it's very spring-like. It's called the Cuckoo's Calling in navy. Again, that's £5.95 for half a metre. Quality, such good quality cotton, this. Really, really lovely. If you buy fabric like this by the half a metre, it comes, this is the only thing that comes in the box, but it comes wrapped in tissue paper in a box. It's just extraordinary. Somebody messaged in earlier, wasn't Margaret? Somebody messaged in saying they'd just received their first piece of fabric that they'd ordered that had been cut by the half metre, and it arrived in the box, and said it's absolutely, what a wonderful service. It is fantastic. Anyway, that one is £5.95. And I'll move back now. We've seen the facing, we've seen the fabrics. I'll move back because we've got lots of pieces out.
Once I've got my pieces pinned, just like to go around with some chalk, just in case any papers move out when I'm removing the pins.
Yep.
And everything that is on the fold, we're going to add the sleeve later because I've run out of room
space
on this. And where my dart is, what I'm actually going to do, from one edge of the dart, I'm just going to go up like a little rooftop on either side. This really helps me when I have cut the fabric. It helps me realise where the end of the dart is, just there, and then, or the start of the, I don't know which one's the end.
One's the start, one's the end.
One end of the dart and the other, the top end and the bottom end. And to, with certain fabrics, to actually mark this dart, rather than doing it with a pen and things like that, is when you're working with bridal fabrics, you can't really use pens and things like that because you can't really use damp cloths on silk fabric. Yes. It does start to wear the fabric away as well. So what I like to do is I like to take a hand sewing needle and use a few threads to mark, and that's how I mark my fabric.
Like a tailor's tack?
Yes. Yeah. And I would do that in a colour which is very noticeable.
Have you got one there?
Haven't really got a colour just here that's noticeable, but we'll use this just to illustrate. But I would recommend like a bright red thread if you're doing, or a bright green.
Yes,
if
something
you're
using
glue.
It, yeah.
Especially once you remove the paper. So how this is done is that you use double your thread, nice and long.
Oh.
And there. And again, you want to make sure you've got a cutting mat or something underneath you. You want to just go for the point of the dart.
Yeah, watch that. Yes, that's very... So it's like a tailor's tack. You're just going through the pattern, aren't you?
I haven't tied the end of this thread here.
Yeah.
I've just let it loose, so it's 2 individual strands. And I'm going to leave about 3 inches at the end. And keep in mind that your fabric is still double.
Yeah.
I'm going to do this before I cut my piece out. You can do it after you get your piece out, but you need to make sure that your piece is laying flat. Because it's very easy for them to move out of place. And underneath, you want to leave a good 3 inches as well. And then you want to do it once more. This is an amazing technique, and it doesn't disappear as easily as chalk marks, which can just rub away. You use these just to cut it off. And once you've done all your darts, when you've marked all your darts, that way you can just cut around them, or you can cut around them first, but you must make sure you mark your dart before you lift your paper off.
Exactly.
Because that's always an issue that he has. So once that's all done, I'm going to cut away. And if you have any other markings, you can go in with tailor's chalk. However, if you're working with bridal fabrics, again, we've got a little marking there. That's for the zip. So I'm just going to mark that with tailor's chalk on both sides.
So that's where our zip's going to end up finishing, is it?
Yes. I'm giving it a good mark. However, if you're using very delicate fabrics that don't...
But you could also do like a little tack stitch there as well, couldn't you, if you didn't want to mark the fabric?
And it's best to use scissors that are slightly smaller than what we were using earlier this morning, because you need to get around these small curves in armholes. Good quality, sharp pair of scissors, but with a slightly smaller blade.
We've shown lots of scissors this morning. These are the premium dressmaking shears. I'll just bring them into shot there. So many to choose from, aren't they? They're gorgeous, aren't they? There they are. The hemline rose gold 21 centimetre premium dressmaking shears at £16.95. Just take those out for you.
Are they left-handed? Because I'm just moving them.
I don't know. Let me have a read.
Are they left to right? Because some of these ones where they're all metal, sometimes they are left to right, and I'm just going to use them left to right.
Double plated with a nickel and chrome finish for lifelong protection. Larger grip to handle comfortably. Fit 3 adult-sized fingers. Doesn't say anything about it. Do not use blades to come in contact with glue or sticky tape. Oh, OK. Well, ask Sammy, because she's got these. Is Sammy left-handed then?
They seem to work perfectly fine left-handed.
Oh, she absolutely adores these, but she loves anything that's rose gold, doesn't she? They are fantastic.
Rose gold is beautiful. And I think if you have nice sewing stuff, you tend to want to treasure it. And you'll tend to use it more because it's beautiful.
Not many people have photo shoots in their cutting room. Hannah's saying, well, you'd have these for your photo shoot, wouldn't you? Not many people have a photo shoot in their cutting room.
Oh, you don't want to see my studio at the moment. Pins everywhere.
Oh, is it a mess? Get your husband to
Fabric
tidy up. He's
scraps.
got not much to do, has he?
He can get the Hoover out.
Exactly.
So my main concern is the little Pepper. Because I have pet beds underneath
That's the cat.
We made a pet bed for Pepper, didn't we?
Yes.
The other day. So I've marked all my markings. Once I've done that, I can then very carefully lift off my tracing paper, and then you want to separate your fabrics very, very carefully, and then you want to give.
So there's your tailor tack going through both layers of your fabric.
You can see that.
There you go, perfect.
And then you want to cut that in half.
Yep.
And so you have a few threads either side. And with every dart you want to do this in your entire pattern. This technique is just amazing.
Yeah. So you know now, because you've got the 2 notches at the top where the top of the dart is, and then you've got the tailor tack showing where the bottom of the dart is.
See, if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't actually know
where the top is.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just going to move that out of the way. Just get my fabric, and I'm going to see where my tailor tack is to the point of that. And I'm going to try and fold that nice and neatly. If your darts are neat and they meet up nicely, the end result is beautiful.
Talking about darts.
So you want to get this really precise if you can.
Yes.
Ooh,
in the book I showed you earlier, while you're pinning that, it's got a whole section on darts. Fabulous book. There you go, whole section on darts there. Contour dart, French dart.
I've done contour darts. It's a bit tricky.
Yes. What's a French? Oh, French dart is a curved one. I was talking about that earlier. Yeah. There you go, 12. That's the book, £12.95. They're very popular today. That book, very, very popular. I'll leave that out there next to that.
It's very helpful.
It's your go-to book, really, isn't it? Because
it's very visual as well, and I like that.
Yes.
You need good visuals in a book.
But all of us have that moment, don't we? It's like when you meet somebody in the street, you think, oh, what's the name? What's the name? It's like a go-to book, isn't it? It's like, oh, what's that dart? What's that dart? And you can just go to it and have a look at it, and it's perfect.
Okay, I'm just going to fold that over, and I will need the iron. I like to iron
before
I even sew my dart. Okay. I'm a bit particular about darts.
No, let me just tidy this up to this fabric.
I just think that the neater the darts, it just makes the outfit, especially when the darts are very visible.
Now, would you like the mat or the ball?
The mat is fine. The mat
is fine. Right, you do that. I'm just going to show you this while we do that. This is what we're making today, and we all love it. We all love this so much. Have a look. It's the Alison Glass Woven Essentials. Now, we're actually making that dress there. We put pockets in ours. We're doing a 2-hour demonstration for you on that. There's the dress. There it is. But this is just gorgeous. The pattern is £23.95. We just have a look at it, the pattern, then we've got all... Look at this, right? It's like a beautiful... I mean, the photography is out of this world, isn't it? Now, from this pattern, you can make all of this. Chapter 1, how to use this booklet. And then look at this, you can make that top, that skirt, that beautiful dress there, and the dress here that we're making now, the sheath dress now, and I'll just keep going through. You're making and look at this, that tunic, that's lovely, isn't it? A really, really lovely tunic there. All of these patterns are in here, but the instructions even tells you how to embellish them afterwards. And look at this, all the important things here. Choosing the right size, tracing the pattern, how to make, it's even got room, look, for personal notes down there. See, this would make a lovely gift, wouldn't it, for somebody? And then look at this, where all the techniques you're going to need for making each of the pieces. It's got everything. Now, here, look at this here. The size chart here goes from an A to a K, and it goes, so you measure yourself, and there you go, look, so the A, from there, 31.5-inch bust, right the way through to a K, which is a 50-inch bust, and the waist and the hips there. So that means, so say you're 36, 28.5, 38.5, you would be making yourself pattern D, size D of the pattern. But you can put notes and everything down here. I love the fact they've used letters for the sizes as well, because there's nothing worse. Like when Jennifer Taylor was on with us and she was saying about, oh, if you're a size 14 in real life, you could be an 18 in a pattern. That would be so miserable, wouldn't it, for you to think, oh, that pattern thinks I'm a size 18, but I know I'm only a 14. Because when we made that skirt for Jennifer, if you remember, she's only a size 14, and yet she was making a size 18 to fit her from that from that particular pattern. Whereas this, she's just got a letter, which is lovely. And then we'll just carry on with all of the techniques. And if you want to make a muslin first, and look, here's the dress that we're making. No, this side, sorry. Here's the dress that we're making. So all of the fantastic detail. But I'll keep going right through, even down to the embellishment. Look, if you wanted to do embellishment, it goes through pockets and everything. And this is what I love. All the pattern pieces are there in that envelope at the back. So what a beautiful gift that would be. £23.95. Just gorgeous. Now, it does say, I will tell you about how much fabric you need to buy in a little while, because there is a page with that all on somewhere, which I'll show you in a second. Oh, here we go. They're all in each I won't be able to go through each one, but if you look on each section, so there, the contrasting shades, right, here we go. So can we just look at that? Has that got me? There you go. So that's good. So if you're making the bracelet sleeved gathered dress and you're a size C or D, like we were just saying, now that's in, there you go, that's in yards, I think it said earlier, 3.5 or 3.25. So you just see the size that you're making, and then all the other things you needed, like a lightweight interfacing, the zip, the thread, and the needle. Everything, you see what I mean? There are so many instructions there, but each piece has a different, oh, wrong way. Each pattern has the different sizes on, so yardages on. Each of the dresses. Right. Somebody wants to see all of the pieces. Let me make sure that's the first one. Yes, yeah. So this is the first one here. This is the dress we're making. Is it for Pauline, did you say? So Pauline, that's the one we're making. That's called the basic woven dress. Then if we turn round, you see these are other ones you can make. You can make this skirt here. Let me move it across for you. You can make that skirt. You can make this skirt, the long skirt, like a maxi skirt. And then, oh, hang on, there's another, oh, no, there we go. You can make this, which is the tunic dress. So I'll move that across for you there, the tunic dress. Or you can make this, see, that could be lovely as an evening gown, couldn't it? If you made that, that could be the most beautiful cocktail dress, couldn't it? Really, really lovely. And then look at this. It even shows you, if you want to embellish, shows you how to, look at the stitches as well, the embroidery stitches, the embellishment, everything on there. So, Pauline, I hope that helped. What's that one there? You see more about patchwork inserts on there as well. That's for the tunic top. It's got everything. It's got all the details, all the patterns, and they're fantastic. Hannah's totally in love with this pattern. Are you all right there, Zana?
Yeah, I'm just marking my darts for my centre front bodice.
Okay.
Front bodice. Here. And then
Sorry, go on.
I was going to show you my notches underneath the armhole,
come here then,
which helps distinguish the difference between the front and the back bodice, especially if you're doing like an open centre front as well. So I've just done one notch here.
Is that on the pattern? Is that from the pattern?
It's not actually on the pattern, it's just something that I've cut.
Okay.
Just to indicate what this actually is, because sometimes I get a bit confused. I don't know about you, but when I dressmake, all logic goes out the window. And I need some helpful reminders. I don't know what it is, and I stitch sleeves backwards, and I do all sorts of crazy things that I don't think I should be doing with the experience that I have. So I like to label everything I do.
Yeah, of course, the best way. Also, they always say, don't they, if you're halfway through a project, if you suddenly put it down, it should be obvious enough for somebody else to pick up and just carry on with it.
But it just makes it so much easier to follow, especially if you are a first-time dressmaker or you're intermediate, you're not too advanced.
Well, that's Hannah.
There you go, and I've just put one notch in there. And also the neckline and the armhole look very similar, so someone who isn't familiar with seeing patterns, they would actually get that possibly confused.
Exactly,
Even though that is on the centre front, it can happen. So I'm just going to separate this and then iron my darts as well.
Okay. What's Carol got to say? Carol's just messaged in. Oh, thank you, Carol. She's enjoying her John Scott fix. That's really sweet of you. She's loving the channel and she loves the website. The website's fantastic. Thank you, Carol, my love.
Pop that away. And then again, with the skirt, how I've ironed that, I'm just going to find my dart.
Okay, so I move this.
Tailor's tack and my point.
Oops, hang on.
Thank you.
There you go. I think you need an assistant, Zana.
It's usually my husband or the cat, one of the two.
So what you're doing there, you're just ironing your darts into place before you even stitch them?
Before I stitch them. It's easier to do all the ironing of the darts all at once and lay your patterns flat. Need a lot of table space, if not, grab a chair.
Yes, exactly.
One to sit on and one to lay your patterns.
Lots of you asking about this fabric. It is there at the bottom, the Sevenberry print made in Japan. Really beautiful, beautiful quality cotton. And then you've got those fabulous colours all around on the deep, deep blue background. Really lovely. Gorgeous, in fact. Gorgeous. They'll pick on me in the office saying gorgeous because they say I say gorgeous too much. It's because I work with gorgeous people, exactly, Zana.
Thank you very much, John.
It's like because Richard, the director, was hinting that he wanted to be included in that sentence. See? So now, when you do a dart, do you always start at the point first, or do you start at the top?
I always start at the point.
Yep.
I just feel it gives a much neater finish, and I'm going to show you a little trick that I learned from some people who actually do couture fashion. So I've got my little tacks there. I am going to remove those shortly.
This is why you'd normally use a different colour. Then you can see what's your real thread and what your tailor tack thread is, isn't it?
So what I want to do is I actually want to hand stitch a couple of stitches, and I'm going to put this on a 2.5 millimetre, and I'm just going to pop my needle in very close to the edge of the fabric. And I'm just going to hand stitch a couple of stitches and then back stitch a couple of stitches, and this reduces any bubble effect. Oh,
okay. So that gives you a sharp end to your dart then. Because nothing worse is that when you've seen somebody put a dart and then there's like a pucker or a little glitch at the end.
Yeah.
And you want that
not very nice.
sharp
And also
finish
it makes your waist look bigger because it's puckering around your waist and it's not as flattering. And what you can do is you can get your French curve. I absolutely love this tool.
I know.
You can actually draw a line in tailor's chalk if you want a nice straight line on your dart.
Exactly, exactly.
But the more experienced you are, the more you'll just skip that stage and go straight to...
French curve there at the bottom at £10.95. So yeah, your tip was to do hand stitching at the beginning and then following it right the way through on the machine to the top of your dart.
And you must back stitch at the end of your dart, and you don't want to be pulling it too close to your thread.
Okay.
Ripper there. You just want to make sure the tension is even in the dart. There you go, nice solid line. There. And then when I open it up, you won't notice any puckering.
Brilliant. And then, of course, you could give that a good press.
Not much puckering at all.
Yeah.
And as you can see, that's very crisp.
Yes.
And then you just want to, open it up, and you want to press your darts seams there. You want to press that towards the center.
Okay.
Front, and then with the back, the center back. That's how I've always been taught.
Now, if you're thinking, oh, that's nearly the end of the hour, Zana's not finished it yet, we are carrying on with this demonstration into the next hour. We do have to go for a little break in a minute. Not yet. We've got to go for a little break in a minute. But just so you don't think, oh, they're going to go on to something else and she's not finished yet, we've got a whole another hour after the break of finishing off and doing the facings and everything like that. So you've done the hand cranking to begin with at the beginning of the dart to create the nice sharp point.
You can do it by your feet, but sometimes people get a bit carried away and too much pressure is on the foot pedal.
Yes.
So I just prefer to do it by hand. And then back stitch at the end. And then again pull away and then hold it there.
So you're not using
pulling on your dart because you want a nice neat finish. And again, got another dart there. This is the front bodice, so we cut this on the fold, so I just open the fabric and I'm doing both my darts.
So they're the two waist darts that you've done at the front.
And the pattern booklet there, they're just actually on the front, the two lines.
But you're not going to see them in this gorgeous pattern. You're not going to see the darts so obviously in this.
But if you do, and you've done your darts neatly, it looks really beautiful.
So we've just done our waist shaping. They're the ones from the waist upwards. They're the two we've just done. Because there are two in the skirt as well that you then match up when you stitch the skirt together. And what we're doing now is the bust dart along the side here, going from the side seam to the point of the bust there. Okay, right. We are coming back, carrying on with this demonstration, so please, please, please don't go anywhere. Watch the very interesting adverts, or make yourself a quick cup of tea, because we will be back here after the 3-minute break with the continuation of the dress that we're making, with the same gorgeous fabrics, with the book that everybody's loving, and this pattern that everybody is going crazy about, this lovely Alison Glass pattern. I'll tell you more about it when we come back after the break, because there are so many things you can do, so many pieces you can make from one pattern for £23.95. We will see you in 3. When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99. Here at the Sewing Quarter, we want to help you with your levels of sewing. Whether you're a novice or you've been sewing for years and years, we want this to be a fabulous learning curve for all of you. Whether it's making a little gift or making yourself a fabulous outfit, we will be working with some of the UK's biggest designers. You have to join us for that.
Don't forget, our sister brands are some of the leading brands in the industry, with Love Patchwork and Quilting being rated top modern quilt title on the market. Today's Quilter has achieved market leadership in the traditional quilt sector. And finally, Simply Sewing was launched in February 2015 after noticing a gap in the market for beginners. Combined, we reach over 150,000 readers every month.
I would say it's extremely innovative, very creative, colourful as well, vibrant definitely, and very fresh. The thing I'm most excited about Sewing Quarter is the people that I get to work with. I've met so many amazing people behind the scenes, on the set, in front of the camera. I absolutely love the energy here. Actually, people probably don't even notice how much preparation goes into our shows. I'm quilting at 2-3 o'clock in the morning, stressing about it, making sure it's perfect for the show. I love making corsages, and I don't know why. I just think they're so pretty, and they're so easy to make. My husband works for the camera crew
he told me that they had a designer that couldn't make the show on that particular day, so then I just stepped in at the last minute and it became an amazing opportunity for me.
The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
I think I look fatter in the adverts than I do in real life. No. Thank you, Hannah. Before we go any further, this is Zana making this gorgeous, gorgeous dress. Sue, thank you for your lovely long email. I'll read it all later. Really, really lovely to hear from you. A lot of people asking about these. We did these at the end of the last hour, and the graphics wouldn't come in. Remember the graphics were like all over the place. These are fantastic. They are the Fiskars Soft Grip Dressmaking Shears. They raise edge 9.5 inches, £22.95. What is amazing about these, they have the safety catch here, which you pull off, and then look at this. They have this sprung contraption inside it, which means if you've got issues with your wrist, if you've got a bit of arthritis, and you don't like that, just fantastic for cutting. Fantastic for cutting. They're just amazing. They are just an amazing scissor. I'd never seen them before, and I love the fact they've got the safety catch on them there as well. £22.95. Now, if you couldn't get through earlier because we didn't have the graphics or anything, dial now 0800 112 4433 or sewingquarter.com. Pop one in your basket. Proving very, very popular today. Excuse me, coughing like that. Right, Zana's with us, and let me just show you what we're making. If you just joined us, this beautiful. We're so in love with this Alison Glass pattern. We're actually making this dress. You think, well, that's nice. That's a nice dress, John. But look at all the dresses you can make from this one pattern. It's like the most beautifully shot magazine, isn't it? So you can make a long skirt. Oh, I'll show you better around here. There's the long skirt. There's the short skirt. There's the top. There's that lovely, you see, that looks like Adele, I think, walking off stage at the O2. And there's me getting very romantised. This is the one we're making today with the pockets in. But you can also make the tunic top. And it even shows you how to do all that inset patchwork there, all the embellishments, all the different stitches. Excuse me. Everything for £23.95. The pattern comes in this lovely envelope at the back. Now, what we're saying is trace the pattern off. Don't ruin the pattern, because the size range that this comes in is just out of this world. Look at that. They're the sizes there. They do it by the letter. They do A to K. And it goes from a 31.5-inch bust right the way through to a 50-inch bust. At 20, now we've made a size D. We've made a size D. How much fabric did you say you'd got for this one, Zana?
Roughly about 2.25, 2.3 metres.
So 2.5 metres would be fine. Yeah. 2.5 metres, 5
You would have some spare, actually.
Okay, so this is Anna, by the way. Welcome. We've done the two bust starts, and we've done the two waist starts.
And we've also done stay stitches, which 3/8 on the armholes, and then
round the neckline. And why have you done that?
3 or 4/8. It's because when you've actually cut away, your fabric is no longer on the plane straight. It's now on the bias, and you don't want any fraying whilst you're working with for handling your fabric continuously.
And also, I suppose you could pull it out of shape as well a bit if you're hand working it all the time. Yes. Okay. So we've done the bust darts, we've done the front darts, and we've done the stay stitches.
3-dimensional now.
Yes. So what's the next stage then?
And you want to stay stitch on both sides, and then you would do that for your back
Right.
Centre back bodice, and you would also do that for your facings as well, which is your front facing and then your back facing as well.
So you want me to move?
Yeah. So this fabric,
Always in the way, me,
this pattern in general, it takes a lot of room.
Yes.
It does.
So
I'm just going to cut my bodice here. And at home, you would cut all your pieces in one go.
Yes.
Just to make things easier.
So you're cutting out the back bodice now? Yeah.
Yes, I'm just
do you want to cut that here? Do you want me to move
chalk.
here? Get back on
That would
there.
be nice. A very large table protector cutting mat here. I could invest in one of these. My one's only little.
Now, this cutting mat is more of a table protector than it's not a self-healing cutting mat. I'd say this was a table protector mat. So like a so-called one. So when you're using scissors, when you're using your pins, you're not ruining your table. But it's not a self-healing one. So if you do use a rotary cutter on, it's not going to self-heal. At $39.95. Yeah, more like a dressmaking cutting mat, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Also for scrapbooking or other craft projects, it'd be quite handy. And on this, I've got some indication there, so I'm going to put some notches.
No, hang on, we can't really see it. Oh, there we go, see it from the top now.
I'm running out of room here.
Yes. So the centre back's cut on the selvage because you're going to put a zip in it, aren't you?
Yes, that's correct. So it does need to have an open seam. And reach for my scissors.
Reach for the stars. That's what they say, isn't it?
And again, with the dart, I'm just going to snip out. And there. Oh, I've forgotten to mark my dart, so I'm going to go in and do that. Thankfully,
but that's when you can still do that while the pins are still in it, can't you?
You can.
It's like, so only as long as you haven't taken your paper pattern off.
But Zana does this thing where she forgets about that and she takes a paper pattern off and then it's like,
oh, you're talking in the third person now. I know somebody else that does that.
But when you spend 8 hours a day in your studio, sometimes you start to lose your marbles a little. Which is why I always have notes. And what I love about this booklet is that it has the method and it's stated very, very clearly. So if you do forget something, you can just have a little read. Yeah,
but also, what I love is there's all the different techniques in there. Yeah. But look, you can put your own notes in. You could write your own notes. So because you might not make something for months and months and months. If you find something on the first making, think, don't forget to do this. You could just write it in there. But on every page, look. So you could write here, Zana would be a size C. Hannah would be a size... What size do you think you'd be, Hannah? She says, does it go bigger than a K? But you know what I mean? You could make all your own notes in there. It's fantastic. But even on every single page, there's room, with all the different instructions, there's room for you to write, oh, be careful when you put the zip in because this might be difficult. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you can remind yourself for later.
Or what size zip to use as well, or little tips and tricks about labelling your darts, things like that. I do like this pattern because a lot of patterns don't actually give you hints and tips, whereas this booklet does. And you can apply those little tips to any pattern that you're doing.
Oh, yes, indeed. It's like a learning tool as well, isn't it? Irene, I'll show you in a minute. When we finish this bit, I will go through. Irene missed a bit earlier where we showed all that. We did it for Pauline earlier. Now, Irene wants to see all the different dresses. So I'll do that for you in a second. All the different things you can make from this one pattern. $23.95, and you get all those patterns, but I will show you in a second.
Haven't quite snipped it off there.
Perfect.
There we go. And just before I cut all this off, I'm going to actually cut out a sleeve. Show you how I've inserted that as well.
You've got a sleeve pinned on already.
Right. The sleeve is just there. We run out of table space. So again, you want to make sure it's going with the grain.
Yeah.
Correct place. And this is cut too because it makes sense to have two sleeves.
Now, this is unusual because I would normally imagine the side seam of a zip, side seam of a sleeve to be a straight line, but that one's actually on a little
diagonal bias
in there, isn't there?
Yeah, and I actually thought that was a lot easier to do. And if you actually have a look and turn the seam up, you'll see in the armhole that it's like a little triangular point.
Oh, is it an
It's just
opening?
a much neater finish as well.
I'll show you that in a sec. When I go over in a minute, I'll show you that.
So again, I'm just going to trace around here. And
have you got notches? Has it got notches on the sleeve?
I was about to put notches on it.
Yeah. Lots of lovely emails coming in. So, Irene, I haven't forgotten, my love. I'll show you in a second.
That one's the front and that's the back.
Yeah.
So with the back, I always put 2 notches. And with the front armhole, I always put 1 notch. Okay. That's just me personally.
Yeah.
You can go wild. You can go 1, 2, 3, 4 notches. It just continues.
You don't too many notches going on, though, do you?
Depends what you're making.
But then I suppose when you gather a
Corsets
skirt
and
into
things
something,
like
it's
that.
nice to have lots of notches, so you make sure the gathers are all even going all the way around, don't you?
But usually 3, I would say, is the max. I love this tool. This is just brilliant for beginners to more advanced dressmakers. Oh, pardon.
That's the one of the.
I'm just going to finish that off there.
Had it in the last hour. I'll just bring the graphics in for you there. It's really, really lovely. French curve it is, French curve. Right, while you're cutting that out, can I show Irene the pattern?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's all right, I don't want to miss it.
I love seeing it every time.
We won't miss anything. Irene, my lovely, this is the pattern. You want to see, now, do you want to see the drawings? Is that what you want to see? So that starts at chapter 3. Okay, Irene, the one we're making is this. All this comes from in this pattern, right? So that you get the sheath dress there, the woven dress, basic woven dress. Now, as I said, if you want to make it in different sizes, it's got how much fabric you need to buy in the pattern there. And what else you'll need, all down there, you see. Then, so that's dress number 1. Then you can also make this skirt. You can also make this skirt, the maxi skirt. You can also make the tunic I love that tunic because you can wear that with jeans, with leggings, with all sorts of things, couldn't you? Then and now you can do contrast detail or not. You can do it plain like that, or you can do look at that patchwork infill. You can do that, or you can do embellishments. You can do what you want. But I'll come to that in a minute. I'm calling this the Adele dress. It's called a bracelet sleeved gathered dress. I think Adele would wear that, don't you?
I think she does wear dresses like.
I don't know
Are you going to give us a full verse?
I'll give you the full version
the chorus
later. Yeah, the whole lot. Then, oh, hang on. No, that's it. No, hang on. Where's the tunic gone? There's a tunic in there as well. There's the tunic. Done the tunic. And then there's the Adele dress. I'm getting carried away with Adele. And then there's all the embellishments there, Irene. But all the patterns are in there. And this bit here shows you how to do that inset. You know, on the inset of the tunic. Next one back. There you go, that's that one there, the inset, if you want to do an inset patchwork on that central bit there. You get all of those patterns within there. And also, that dress there had no, if you want to put pockets in like we are, you can then put pockets in it as well. There's all little tips about how to do different things. It's got a long zip down the back, and do you know what, it's such a gorgeous little dress. It's such a fabulous little dress. And now it's kind of like, you know, I'm always going, if you watch me when I've done my fashion shows, and I'm always talking about your capsule wardrobe. This is brilliant because you know when you've made the first one that it's going to fit you. So you can do a top, a long skirt, a short skirt, a day dress and an evening dress, and a tunic, a festival tunic, all in the same, just brilliant. It's just brilliant. So we cut the sleeve out now.
Yep, and what I've done is I've just, with tailor's chalk, just marked the centre of the sleeve.
So that will match up with the shoulder seam then when we put it together.
Very top, because my grandma says I have issues with matching up my shoulder seam.
Oh, okay.
She's watching Grandma Rose. Are you watching? That's where I get the rose from.
Oh, okay.
My grandma. She taught me how to sew. So. And once you've done your stay stitches on your armholes, on your bodice pieces, just there, which is just a top stitch, about 3/8 the way in.
It's never going to be seen, is it? Even if you did a sleeveless top, it's not going to be seen,
No, it just kind of helps keep all the fibres together, and so it doesn't twist and turn whilst you're working with your fabric. See, and you need to do your darts as well.
Okay.
Just do one dart, and we're going to do this quite quickly.
You'll need the iron then. Move that over
Doing
there.
our
Get used to this now. Iron. Viscous scissors. Oh, I'm one step ahead of you.
And
I'm
Zana's
just waiting.
forgotten to mark her darts. She's just going to go in with tailor's chalk.
Tailor's chalk.
But take your time when you're at home. Focus on it, because it's very easy to stitch the wrong sleeve the wrong way. Thank you.
Okay. So again, your little tip from last hour was iron the darts before you even sew
Yes.
them.
Oh, thank you.
We're
We're doing a little dancing here with it, maybe
Okay.
to Adele or something.
No, Adele's been put away back in the pattern. Somebody else asking about the book. Yes, of course, the book. This is a book we've shown you all morning. You're all right. So we could. Oh no. Tip. No. First of all, we'll look at the book. Tip, 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 tip. At the top of the dart, we do a few hand crank stitches.
2 in particular, and then back stitch 2. And then you want to go into your diagonal line.
Yeah. And because it's pressed, it's not going to move anywhere, is it? Because it's all staying where it's supposed to.
The fabric is really good. Some fabrics do snag.
Yeah.
This fabric is very, very easy to work with. And again, you want to make sure you hold your dart threads there before you use your thread cutter, as you don't want to pull on the tension of the dart. And these scissors are brilliant to just get very close to that thread on the dart there. Nobody likes loose threads everywhere. Then you want to open up and press your dart towards the center of the fabric. So that center back, that's going to be alongside your back there, or someone else's back if you're making it. It's a gift for somebody.
These, we've not shown you these yet, have we? Zana was saying earlier how she loved these to cut a curve. These are the Fiskars embroidery and needle with scissors. Look, the blades have got a slight curve on them. 12.5 centimetre, £13.95. Right, I'll just move the book because someone was asking about the book, but I'll let Zana get on.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome. What are you doing next then?
Trying to find the correct pieces. So I'm going to connect my shoulder seams.
So that's the first thing to do when you're putting your back and your front together.
Yeah.
The two shoulder seams need to go together.
Yeah,
first.
once you've cut all your pieces out, and once you've put all your darts and your stay stitches and prepared all your pieces and ironed your facing onto your interfacing onto your facings, and you've stay stitched your facings and done all your notches and everything, then you can actually get to putting the pieces together. And we start by doing these shoulder seams, and it's usually the standard for every type of garment that's cut like this. With the kimono, it wasn't too much of an issue because it didn't really have a strict pattern.
No.
But with a strict pattern like this, it's a method, and this is 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, or 4/8 of an inch.
You want to do your shoulder seam so you're able to do your facing for your neck, aren't you? And all that while it's on the flat and things. All your seam allowances are included in the pattern, and they are explained in the pattern as well, in the booklet and everything, the fantastic booklet. So that's just the shoulder seam being stitched together there. Do you want to have a look at this quickly while Zana just looks at that? This is the book we've been talking about all day long. Fabulous A to Z of sewing. Brilliant go-to book, whether you're a beginner or whether you're a returner and you're going back thinking, oh, I can't remember what a run and fell seam is, or I can't remember what a French seam is. £12.95. 0800 112 44 33. It's very, very, very popular today, let me tell you. That is stunning. Okay, let me put that back and we can see what Zana's up to.
Okay, you want to make sure you get the correct sleeve in place. So, as I said, whenever I do something towards the right side of the body, the front side, I always use 1 notch, and towards the back, I always use 2. Some dressmakers vary, they swap it around, but that's just how I do it. And what you want to do is a gather stitch. So
okay.
Or an ease stitch rather than a gather stitch.
It's not full-on gathering.
It's not an actual gather like we did earlier today with the kimono. It's an ease stitch. But you want it on your largest stitch setting, so your longest stitch.
Okay, let me just explain what an E-stitch is. When you're putting a sleeve head in, Your armhole goes in one direction and the head of the sleeve goes in another direction because they're opposing curves. So what you need to do is rather than gather the top of your head of the sleeve in, you ease it in. So if you put an ease stitch in, just pull those gently, it just pulls the fabric in to make it mould around the shape of the armhole that you're setting the sleeve into.
And you want to make sure you don't backstitch and you leave long tails.
Yes.
Again on your threads here. A good 6 inches, it's pretty good, 5-6 inches. And I'm going to do another one. So I've done one on the seam allowance and then I'm going to do one inside the seam allowance.
So you can do 2 lines of stay stitching.
Yeah.
Not stay stitching, sorry, ease stitching. Yeah.
Which is like a gather stitch. Yeah. But we're not actually gathering any fabric. And this is on a curve, so you're going to want to pivot with your needle. Yep. Make sure your needle's in the fabric first, and then just lift your presser foot.
Lots of lovely emails coming in today. Thank you so much. We do read them all. We do take note of all of them. Thank you.
And again, no need to backstitch. Moving my needle just to get a lot of thread out. And then I want to just slightly pull, but we're just easing it, so we're not actually doing a really, really tight gather like you would see on curtains or something.
Yes, or on a period mutton of lamb sleeve, leg of mutton sleeve, or anything like that.
Very like Alexander McQueen.
Yes.
Did a lot of that. You want to be careful not to pull your threads out completely or snap them.
But if you do, you can just pull that one out, and if it snaps, just pull it out and put another one in, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
Or you could do it by hand. If you want to do it by hand, you could almost do it with a little running stitch.
Like a base stitch, yeah. It's a bit fiddly, but it's worth it because it gives you a nice fit. And the reason why I actually marked the center is so I could meet up with that seam we created in the shoulder seam, which I've just opened. You can see that. I've just opened that seam out. And we don't actually need to finish this because the facing is going to be there, so that'll actually be sealed. And I always found this to be the trickiest part of dressmaking because I always did my armhole first and then tried to put my sleeve in after.
Oh, okay.
This pattern actually tells you to put your sleeve in first.
Oh, okay.
So this is a lot easier. This is amazing. Yeah.
So did they give you a tip of how to put it in?
They just said to, the pattern actually calls for you to have your seam just like this. Yeah. Just open there your sleeve and before you sew up the side seams, and then to just meet this. Yes. With that. So what I'm going to do is flip this over, meet my tailor's chalk mark with the center of that seam and just pin. This is fascinating because I would always make a sleeve and make the garment and then set the sleeve. A lot of you are asking about the fabric. The fabric is the Sevenberry Print. It's at the bottom of your screen there, £5.95 for half a metre. We sell our fabric that we cut for you by the half metre, £5.95. Fabulous quality, made in Japan. Really, as you can see, lovely, lovely design with the navy blue background and the beautiful, beautiful floral print. And this was most unusual. I've just never seen a pattern that calls that you actually do your sleeve open. Trying to find the words. I suppose if you, the pattern tells you to do that. I'm wondering if you could, if you were uncomfortable doing that, if you could make it and set it in, if you're used to setting in sleeves, yeah. But I think this apparently is like the easier way to do it flat rather than to do it. Maybe Alison finds this easier this way. I suppose if you've been trained to set a sleeve, then you're going to find that easier, but... Definitely. And then you want a hand baste all along. You could use pins, but it will move. Yes. It will move out of place, because that's what sleeves do. In Zana world. They could adapt that song, Xanadu, couldn't they? Yeah, I've got a lot of people. Zana Rose, do. Anyway.
I know, that was my singing moment for the morning. Well,
after the show, I'll get the full verse and the full chorus.
Well,
maybe a little dance out of him too.
I have to do the Adele song first, and then I'll do that one.
So I'm just pinning and matching my notches as well in place, which do actually line up quite nicely there. And then you would hand base that. But in the interest of saving time, I'm just going to machine.
Oh, let's hope it doesn't move.
Feeling very confident at the moment.
Oh, okay.
My sleeves on that dress.
Do that.
And you want to use a 2.5 millimeter stitch, and back stitch is a must. But I would always base this if I was sitting at home taking my time doing this. Just a long running stitch using just a needle and thread.
I'm staying quiet because you're concentrating so much. I'm just letting you
It
get
does
on
take
with
a lot of concentration.
No, exactly. Don't want me.
But the end result is beautiful, so it's worth every little bit of concentration. And as this is on a curve, you are going to want to continuously lift up your presser foot.
Of course.
And make sure that your seam for your shoulder seam lies flat. They don't actually stitch the seams to one side.
Yes.
You want
if
it
you
to lay
press that
flat.
open, they should stay there. When it's good quality fabric like this, it'll stay there, won't it?
Just a finger press, actually.
Oh, well,
stay open, and everybody knows I love ironing every 2 minutes. I wore out Natasha the other day, bless her. She did all my ironing for me.
Oh, did she? Oh, dear.
I think her arms were very sore by the end of the show.
And I made you do your own. I do apologise. What we're making here, remember, is the Woven Essentials garment pattern. It's the pattern that I've got here, the Alison Glass pattern. Absolutely lovely, £23.95. But you get so much. It's like a little bookzine of its own, isn't it? Just while Zana...
Bookzine? I've never heard that before.
No,
I like that. It is a magazine and a book.
A magazine and a book, exactly. It's a thing... anyway, here we go. This is what you get in this pattern. It is like... The photography is lovely. The quality of the paper is stunning. And there's Adele leaving the O2 again. It's not actually Adele. That's just me and my weird imagination. But anyway, these are all the things you can make. They're the photographs of them. But look, see, all this, all from one pattern. I'll just show you instructions how to measure yourself, how to trace a pattern, choosing the right size, little techniques you're going to need for the whole, even down to the pockets, look, that you're going to need for the whole, all the different items, size charts there. There's information that are transferable, skills that are transferable to other things. Now, I'll show you very quickly. This is the dress we're making. That's the pattern is in here. Then you can also make the short skirt. You can also make... Come back here. You can also make the long skirt. All the patterns are in here. All the patterns are in here, and they're very, very simple to do. Then you can make the tunic dress here, which I love. Then you can make the one I've called the Adele. If you make that in black velvet, wouldn't that be a beautiful evening cocktail dress? And then how to embellish it if you want. Do you know what I'd do? I'd make the one I've called the Adele dress, the cocktail dress, what do they call it? The bracelet-sleeved gathered dress. I'd make that in black velvet, and then I would embellish it with a beautiful lame or lurex or gorgeous, gorgeous glittery fabric around the hem. All the details, even the patchwork. And this is how your patterns come. This is how your patterns come in that gorgeous envelope at the end. And wait till you see the paper that the patterns are made out of. Not your flimsy, like, kind of greaseproof paper. Lovely, lovely, sturdy, sturdy paper.
So what I've got here is I've got my... It's my front bodice just here. And then I've got my back bodice just there. And that's where the zip would go.
Yeah.
And we've got our sleeve in place.
Oh, maybe it does work well like that.
Yeah, and that was done very quickly.
Yes.
And I don't have as much experience in sleeves, so this pattern was absolutely amazing for me to learn how to do sleeves a really, really nice and easy way.
Excellent.
Because I do corsetry and wedding dresses, and most of that is strapless, sleeveless.
Yes, yeah. Or you design them to be like that.
Yeah,
oh, I think Madam would look better in a sleeveless. Is that what you do? So what's the next stage then?
And then you want to stitch up the side seams, and then you want to finish your side seams.
Right.
Which is the flat felled seam, which I always get confused. It's such a tongue twister.
That's all right. Don't get
felled,
confused. I've got it in here in my book.
Flat felled. There we go.
Right.
That is a tongue twister, I think.
It is, and
quickly.
I can find it. Seams.
And I always put my side dart, the bust darts, I always put them down.
Flat fell. Sorry, I'll let you do that first. That's more important.
You always put yours down? I always put mine downwards.
Yep.
For the bust dart.
Oh, yeah, bust dart always goes down, yes.
And then you just want to sew, but you must make sure that you follow that diagonal there. So you want to sew there, and then...
Oh, wow.
And that's how I had the neat finish on the sleeves there when I did hem the sleeves. So that's what I'm going to do.
We'll have to look at that on the real thing in a minute, because that's an unusual sleeve, inside seam, isn't it?
Oh, thread's just come out.
Right, just time for me to, while you rethread that, just time for me to show you what Zana's doing at the moment on this sleeve. I don't know if you're going to be able to see. Oh, it's cute. Now, I don't know if you're going to be able to see it on the telly because it's on the stand. But that's the head that Zana's just put in there. But then this is where the little, the shaping that Zana's done down the side seam is here. But sadly, you can't really see it on the finished item there. That's really, are you okay there?
Oh, yeah, it's all in.
Oh, good. I'm coming back. I'm coming back then. Right, okay. That's your fabric
the little
there.
Triangle underneath the... It's a nice finish.
Yeah, lovely finish.
I think she's done a great job, Alison Glass, on doing that nice little finish there. So again, I'm using the edge of the fabric to guide.
Okay, so this is just a normal straight seam you're doing here, isn't it? This isn't a run and fell or anything you're doing here.
Yep, just a top stitch, but we must back stitch because it is a wearable garment. And then when I meet that point, just there, I'm going to turn around and then my seam allowance. And I don't know if the camera can get close there. Oh. You've got underneath you've got the sleeve that's attached to the back of the garment and sleeve that's attached to the front of the garment. You want to make sure those seams match up perfectly.
Oh, yes, of course.
Sometimes you do have to fiddle around with the tension. There. And I am going to push my seams towards the bodice.
Yeah.
That run along the sleeve on the shoulder there, just there.
Yeah.
Make sure my foot is pressed down. And you can pin this in place if you're not as confident with lining up the seams. And at home, take your time with this. And make sure your bust darts are pushed down. I think at the end of this, my husband's going to learn how to make a dress.
And would you trust him to make a dress for you?
Okay. We'll see.
Yeah, the silence was enough. That's fine.
He was telling me all about all these projects he's seen on our show, and he seems very excited about the fabrics. And
so he should be.
So if he can take an interest. You know.
Yes.
I mean,
a lot of our experts have been saying that their husbands, like Mark, who's married to Ange, he's been watching, and Wayne, who's been married to Lucy, he's been watching. So
you do want to match it up a little neater than I have, which I've done previously, but that's because I took my time with it. So really take your time with it. And then what I did around the armhole seam was I actually folded over, cut away any notches as we no longer need them.
Now, can't they? Yes.
And these scissors are perfect for cutting away notches.
Yeah, brilliant.
And then what I did was I just rolled this and then I top stitched.
Oh, so you sort of bound the armhole with the seam allowance.
But what you can do is use a bias binder, and you can also bind it using a bias binder, which is one of these, and you feed the fabric through, flap it over and iron.
That's the 12mm
This
one.
is the 12mm one. You can use other sizes if you want, but I would recommend going quite narrow.
Oh yeah, for the armhole, you want it very narrow, and I'd almost hand stitch it on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hand stitched on my facings because that's what they do in the couture level in the industry. They don't overlock anything. So my flat felled seam here. I apologise, it's not as neat.
In the book, flat felled seam, it gives you all the instructions. If you want to get this book, £12.95. It's this one here.
I think it's worth a lot more because you have like everything that's ever been done in history, all the different seams.
Exactly, but you just have to say flat felled seam, and if somebody's sitting at home going, oh, I don't know what that is, you go to book, £12.95, the A to Z of sewing. There you go. If you want that, ring the call centre, pop one in your basket, because we're now going to watch you do it.
Yeah. If you don't have an overlocker or a serger at home, this is something that is just absolutely amazing. It does require you to be quite neat with your work, so please don't rush this stage. So you've got your seam. Usually you would open your seams if you were lining the entire garment, but we're not actually going to do that. So, because this fabric, it's strong enough and you can't really see through it, so it's fine. So what I'm going to do is cut away one of these seams. I'm going to use the scissors. I don't trust myself with big pointy sharp scissors. So just cut away. These are perfect. You can also use duckbill scissors as well. They're quite good.
They're here somewhere. Oh, no, duckbill scissors, the applique scissors. Yes, you could.
Because you are cutting away, and you want to leave anywhere between 1/8 and 1/4 of an inch.
So you're cutting one of the seam allowances completely away to, like, as close to the line of stitching, like 1/8 away from the line of stitching.
Or you can go in with your, is it the squark scissors? I've got those, they're pretty good.
The what?
I'm actually... I could turn this over and then use the larger scissors. The ones that look like a bird with the gold painted. The midwife scissors.
We had those in my last show, but I sold out. It was a sellout of the stalk ones. We'll get more in, don't worry, we'll get more in.
They do last years and years and years if you take care of them. Just want to be careful I don't cut anything else that shouldn't be cut. And then you just want to make sure that you go all the way up the seam right into the arm. It's a bit tricky, but once you do it once, it becomes a lot easier.
And also very satisfying once you've got the hang of it.
The finished effect is really nice. And you could even use bright pink thread, so you can see a nice line of stitching down the side. It can also be a design feature.
So run and fell is really like the seam that you that runs down the side of
jeans.
With jeans and things like that. Yeah.
I was trying to educate my husband about a flat felled seam.
Oh yes.
Yesterday, I was pointing to his work trousers or work jeans and telling him
that's a
flat felled seam.
Flat felled, yeah.
I'm slowly educating him, so he'll be making clothes, and just want to roll over once. You can see the shorter seam there quite clearly.
Yeah.
Got the shorter seam there. I want to roll over once, then I want to roll over again and lay this out flat. And I prefer to iron mine first before I stitch on top.
Okay.
It's an easy pattern, but there's a lot of effort.
No, but it's worth it. It's such a gorgeous piece to finish with. So you've cut one away, and then the one that isn't cut away, you fold it over and over again, encasing.
Fold it over once and then fold it over again, but make sure that your garment is laying flat.
Yes, but you've encased the raw edges inside the seam.
Absolutely. It's a bit fiddly at first, but you get used to it, and if you're sewing this at home, you're taking your time, you're not doing it as quick as I am, you'll get a much neater seam allowance to work with from the start.
Also, I suppose on our website we have the mini iron. This is where the mini iron would really come.
I was thinking that
just
yesterday.
to do that pressing over of that seam.
Yeah. And then you just want to stitch
along the edge.
Top stitch there. I actually did mine on the reverse because mine was very, very noticeable.
Just need to can we just show that again, because people at home didn't quite see your stitch. So you folded it over and folded it over, and now we're going to stitch along this edge here, top stitch it down so all the raw edges are encased in there, and this is the longer of the two seam allowances. Thank you.
And take your time when you're at home. If you want to top stitch on the inside, you can do. However, for some odd reason, mine kept going skew, so I decided to switch it round, but I could feel my way through the fabric. You really want to be careful at this because you don't want the needle in your finger whilst you're feeling your fabric.
Don't be saying that.
Take your time. If you want, you can even do a little tailor's chalk mark using your French curve, but using the straight side and draw a line in. I'm actually going to go and just use my a little edge of the presser foot here to guide me. And back stitch is always a good thing. You don't want too much of a back stitch. And you would go all the way and do it to the very top.
Yep. It's a lovely, neat way to finish it off, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a very professional look as well. It's much nicer than overlocking. Although overlocking is very handy, this is just a beautiful finish. Look at that. It's a nice straight line. And again, you could do that in bright pink fabric. Bright pink thread on this fabric.
Or not, if you can do it in the navy blue like you've done it, because nobody's going to see it. Or you can make a feature of it, like they do in orange. On jeans, they sometimes do it in the orange thread, or bright yellow, don't they, to make it see.
How we saw the colours in the selvage earlier.
Yes.
Choose one of those threads, nice and bright, and then underneath, it might not look as tidy, however, it does the job.
Yeah, it's all encased in.
It's all...
So I've got a question for you now from Mary.
Hi, Mary. That's a question.
Oh, right, she's loving the show. She's bought the pattern and she's going to have a go.
Oh, fantastic.
What paper did Zana use? What paper did you use to copy the pattern with?
Greaseproof paper. Purchased from the supermarket.
Yes, I'll show it to you again.
Got parchment paper, greaseproof paper. It's under different names.
Yes, someone the other
You could
experts
even
the
use
other day
tracing paper.
Yeah, but it's just your straightforward greaseproof paper. You buy on a roll.
Yeah, I do recommend dot and cross paper if you can source it.
Yes. But this
we don't currently have it yet on our website.
You can never, a lot of them you can't see through them. You were saying earlier, it's fantastic to be able to see through this to your fabric and everything.
This is really, it's really transparent. Not only is greaseproof paper or parchment paper the easiest to work with because it's very flexible. It's a flexible paper, so it moves with your fabric. It's not a solid paper that's a bit stiff.
These are the patterns. What we've done,
a bit more flexible.
Zana has traced the patterns from the pattern. This is the pattern one of the pattern blocks you get from within the Alison Glass pattern booklet, bookzine. It's lovely. But you see, it's on such good quality paper and in so many different sizes, A to K sizes. So you really, really, really don't want to ruin those patterns because they're beautiful. So you just trace them off using your tracing paper. Very, very good. Right, let's move that one out of the way.
And I wanted to show you a little trick for doing a centre back zip. Now, before you add the zip, you would then add your skirt once you've done all your darts and all your facings and attached the facings and finished all your stitches with the flat-filled seam, which is great, or you can use a French seam, however you need to.
What seam, when you stitched your skirt to your bodice, what seam did you use around there?
I just used, I used top stitch, and then I folded my fabric back.
Okay.
Then stitched on that. I did want to do a Hong Kong seam, however, I didn't have any spare fabric for that, like a satin fabric. It is actually mentioned in here.
Oh, is it? Hong Kong seems mentioned in here.
Hong Kong finish is something you get on a lot of couture garments, and it's a beautiful finish. It's just at the top there, actually. Hong Kong.
Oh yes, there it is. Oh, it's like the little you bind it. You could bind it with.
Yeah, you use bias binding, but you use more of a satin bias binding, which.
Well, you could make the bias binding out of the fabric itself, couldn't you?
You could.
That's it there. So you've got everything, every little tip, look, understitching, everything, clipping curves, everything. This is a fantastic, fantastic £23.95. You're getting like a book zine with all those different pieces, all those different looks, 2 skirts, a top, a tunic top, or 2 dresses, all within the same pattern. We're making this one here. We're making this one. But there's so many. We're using as well the Sevenberry print. That's the fabric we're using. £5.95 for half a metre. So what are you doing now? Let's not miss anything.
Before you actually sew your zip in, you would have to iron your facings. I think it's 1.5 inches of a strip of interfacing, just to solidify. But I'm also aware we're running out of time here.
Yeah. You're all right, you've got 15 minutes yet, you're all right.
So once your skirt's attached, your skirt would be attached before you do this.
Yes.
This is an easy way to do a zip, which is stitch your centre back.
So you've stitched it up where the zip's going to go?
Yeah. I possibly should have stitched it on a slightly larger stitch.
Because we're going to unpick it.
Yep, because we will be unpicking it. And this is for beginners. This isn't the way I necessarily do zips, but this is a really easy way to do a zip. Here we've got a transparent zip.
Okay.
Which is something I've never actually seen before. So this is quite exciting to have a transparent zip. You can use something slightly more dainty, like a navy blue or a pink zip, which is slightly thinner,
But what you
or
could
even an invisible.
Yeah, or what you could do is, you know, some designers make the zips very obvious, and they put like an industrial zip in a very delicate silk dress.
I want
Sometimes
one of those.
nice.
Unfortunately, we don't quite have that available just yet, but sometimes I stitch my zips on the outside. So you get like on the outside, so the actual zip, if it's got a decoration, like an embroidered zip. I've got some that my grandma gave me from Pakistan, and they've got beautiful embroideries on them. So you kind of want to accentuate the beauty of the zip.
Yeah. So the zip there is the hemline transparent, open end nylon zip, 45 centimetres, £4.95.
And then you want to meet the centre of the teeth with the centre of the back there, and you want to do it a little below as you're going to actually use a hook and eye there. And hook and eyes, if you've never used them before, I've got a little pack here. Usually what you get on ladies' undergarments class.
Yep. Now, as a maker of period costumes, which is what I started as, we used hooks and eyes a lot, because obviously you don't put a zip in a period frock or anything. So I'm used to these. And also, we used to use the most incredible stitch to hold them in. I'll do a show on that one day. Hemline, bras, hooks and eyes, 14. These are size 2. These are the little ones, look. Size 2. £1.45. Add it to your order. Get 14 pairs. So you get the kind of hook and the eye both in there. So you get 14 of them in there.
And what I'm doing here is I'm just basting the zip in place.
Now you just use one of those at the neck of it. Obviously you don't use those to fasten your drip. So, okay, so we're pretending the skirt's attached on the bottom there.
Yep. As it would be attached all the way there, and you would have had your skirt seams there. And this would be lined with interfacing, which is very, very handy in dressmaking. It helps give like a solid backing to the fabric. So what I'm doing here is I'm just basting my zip, and this is just a standard running stitch, and it's a nice big running stitch. I'm actually going to turn this around. You can pin your zip in place, but I'm very used to basting, so I'm just going to freehand it. You want to be careful you don't poke yourself in this stage.
So you're just tacking that into place. But we've also got this, the hemline iron-on interfacing. This is the different one that I showed you earlier. This is the £2.95 for a metre square. Ideal for cuffs, collars and facings, etc. That's an iron-on interfacing. Okay.
When I did a lot more dressmaking, especially when dresses I wouldn't necessarily use it. But when I was doing a little more of like everyday, ready-to-wear pieces, I used it in everything. Even gentlemen's waistcoats.
Oh, wow. So you're only catching that through the seam allowance, or are you catching it through the whole dress?
I'm catching it through the whole dress to help keep it in place.
Yeah.
I did originally catch it through just the seam allowance, but that actually moved it around. It's quite a strong zip, this zip.
Yes.
Very heavy duty.
It's almost like, the fabric is almost like what we used to call, I think it was called crinoline in the old days, and we used to make Elizabethan ruffs out of it. I wasn't around in Elizabethan times, obviously, but when I used to make Elizabethan ruffs.
Something like milliners use.
Yes, it's from a millinery, from a millinery store. But it's very durable, very hard wearing, but also kind of for the dress, it's not too heavy for the actual fabric that you're using.
Really unusual stuff.
So we're just tacking the zip into place at the moment.
And once you've tacked both sides, which is certainly advised at home, but I'm just going to pin this in place.
Well, I'm just going to grab these scissors from the other side of you. Lots of people asking about the Fisker's scissors.
Oh, I love those. I need to get a pair.
Do you have a look at these? They're lovely, aren't they? Now, very, very popular today. We did show them in the last last 2 hours ago, but we lost the graphics. So I just thought I'd bring them in for you in this show as well. Very, very popular because you've got the safety catch here. So it opens out, and then there's a spring contraption inside. Now, you hardly have to press on there at all to cut through your fabrics. It's brilliant. If you've got dexterity problems, these would be amazing. Even if you haven't, it's a very different way of cutting fabric. Look, you see, you could move so smoothly through the fabric like that, couldn't you? Really lovely at £22.95. Safety catch there to hold them in place. They're £22.95. They're 9.5 inches in the length, £22.95. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. You're not missing anything at all.
I did want to mention as well, when you're doing a zipper, you will need a zipper foot. There are different types of zipper foots. I actually have both at home. I have both the invisible zipper foot and a standard zipper foot. The standard one usually comes with any...
sewing machine,
Yeah, any standard domestic machine, you usually get this sort of foot.
Yeah. And what's the other one? What's that other one?
The other one, this is a standard foot. They call that a J foot?
Yeah, normal foot, yes.
A standard foot. I've just taken that off to show you the difference.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because what you need on a zipper foot, you need the stitching to go as close to the teeth as possible. And if you had this normal zip on, the normal foot on, you'd have that gap between, even if you move the needle... If you move the needle to the side, you've still got all that cumbersome. Whereas if you've got a zipper foot, then you can get right close to the right up close.
Definitely. There are so many different ways to sew in a zip. And it depends what sort of effect you want as well.
Yes,
whether you've got an invisible zip, whether you want your zip on the outside because it's got beautiful beaded embroidery. There are so many different ways. Just make sure you don't stitch into the head. Now, you can do it upside down or you can do it the top way. I've seen online a lot of people do it on the top, but you've got to be careful because your feed dogs could cause a bit of friction there.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you're someone who's a bit more experienced, you can just go ahead and do a straight line down. I've seen people do it with the open seam. I used to do mine with the open seam. And this zip is a little bigger than a standard zip.
Yes.
So it will be to the very edge. On there. Make sure I'm between a 2 and a 3. So through this, and you want to make sure that your tension is slightly looser because you're going through quite a thick zip here. It depends on your zip. Some zips are very, very thin.
Yep.
Almost like a lining. And just a straight stitch all the way down.
Sewing machine sounds like it's enjoying that. It's going, ooh, ooh. Listen. No? Okay. Just me then.
I do love the sound of a sewing machine and I love the smell of the steam of the iron.
Yes.
It just makes me feel powerful.
Oh.
It's a bit strange.
Yes.
My husband thinks I'm completely nuts, but that's fine. But I don't like ironing clothing. I only like ironing if I'm doing...
That's the difference. It's called pressing and ironing. See, pressing is when you're doing your dressmaking.
Yeah, and ironing is a chore.
Yeah, chore.
Ironing is a chore.
Oh, lots of people multi-bought the pattern. Can I just point out this pad as well? Lots of people asking about this mat. Okay. This is the mat. Now, this is more, I would say, a mat to conserve your dining table or your cutting room table or whatever. It's not a self-healing cutting mat. It's more of a dressmaking mat when you look at me, using scissors, you see. Using scissors because it's not a self-healing mat, but it's a lovely big size. It's A1, isn't it, this? A1 size. But it's still got the measurements, it's still got the angles on and everything like that. £39.95. More of a tabletop look-afterer than a cutting pad. But it is a sewing quarter one. OK. Oh.
Thank you very much, John. And I would advise you to go very slowly when you're doing the zip.
Say that again.
I would advise everyone to go very slowly when they're doing the zip.
Oh, no, totally. You know how you have this little bit of a phobia about sleeves? I've got a little bit of a phobia about zips. Always, 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 always.
Is that why you use the hook and eye instead?
What did you say, Zana?
The hook and eye. Do you
Hook
use that
and eye
instead around the front?
I was just trying to...
or the back.
Trying to ignore the insults coming from the gallery saying when I first started sewing, zips hadn't been invented. They'll wait for the meeting. Wait for the meeting. They'll be in trouble.
I'm not going to comment. John,
You're on my side, if you don't mind.
I have to be. You got to do my ironing for the next show.
Pressing.
Pressing.
So, okay, so you've stitched the zip in place, but the back seam is still stitched up, isn't it?
Yep, so what we need to do is we need to get our seam ripper. Now, some machines actually come with them. This Elno one comes with a nice little pack here.
I had a lovely one
as
well in the last one.
In that little pack there, and I've just found the seam ripper.
Yeah, that one comes with that.
So
or you can get the bigger one. If you want a slightly bigger one, Jay. He's coming now. He's not very light on his feet, is that, Jay?
But he's very helpful.
You're
I just like the little one.
Blunt end first, Jay. Thank you.
I'm just going through my centre back
yes.
seam. Oh, my grandma taught me how to open seams.
Yeah.
And there you go. And that's concealed. At home, take your time with the zip. Do it slightly neater than I've done it here. Be careful you don't rip the fabric.
Yeah.
I got a bit too excited there, and you want to undo the top, and then you can add your hook and eye.
At the top, that's fantastic, because then you know that the zip is completely hidden, because it's been hidden under the seam. Because the seam was stitched together, you know full well that the two edges... Because there's nothing worse than putting a zip in, is there, and then finding that one of the edges is slightly to one side. You can see the teeth of the zip.
Also, this technique also works in cushions. So if you're doing a zip in the centre back of a cushion rather than on the side of the cushion... on the edge of the cushion, so that's quite good. It works for a lot of things, even bags as well. If you're doing like a tote bag, and you've got some flaps in there, so it's any centre back seam. But I would say that this is a larger zip. I'm not quite used to it. With a smaller zip, the finish is a lot neater.
Yeah. Or you can put it in by hand. You could put it in by hand as well. Right. Lots of people are asking about the pattern that Zana is making. This is it. It's an Alison Glass pattern, and it's called the Essentials, but it's more than Essentials. I would have called it Capture Wardrobe. This is the one that we've been making here, but if you look in the booklet, you get so many photos and so many tips, so many hints. It's got so much going on, as well as the fact that the pattern itself is made out of the most exquisite paper. How to measure yourself, techniques that you're going to need to make it, the size you need to make it. I love the fact that the sizes are letters rather than actual sizes. These are the outfits you can make. These are the dresses you can make. You can make the basic woven dress there, which is the one we've done today, or with knit part done today. You can make a short skirt. You can make a long skirt. You can make... I love that tunic. And that tunic, you can put a patchwork panel in the middle there, an insert panel or an embellished panel in the middle there. The dress that I've called the Adele dress, it's the bracelet sleeved gathered dress. I could make that in black velvet. It'd be a lovely evening dress. And then how to embellish it. How to do all of that. It's just, and look at that. The patterns come in that beautiful, beautiful. All that for been very popular. People have multi-bought this, obviously buying one for themselves and one for a friend. £23.95. Lovely present for Mother's Day. That's all I'm saying, Another fabulous present would be this book. We talked about this since 8 o'clock this morning. It's the A to Z of sewing. Whether you're a starter or you're a returner, if you just want a refresher course, this book is fantastic. It's £12.95. It's got so much crammed into every single page. You just wouldn't believe it. It's called the A to Z of Sewing by Country Bumpkin. I love that name. £12.95. Very quickly before we go as well, people are asking about the scissors, so I'll give you... got to be very, very quick. Thank you, Zana, so much for being here today. We'll do more dressmaking shows, I promise. Fisker scissors. These Fisker scissors are incredible. They've got the safety catch, then they've got that wonderful spring contraption inside, which is brilliant if you've got dexterity problems or you've got arthritis in your hand, or basically you don't like that feeling of when you're cutting through lots and lots of fabric. These would be fantastic at £22.95. All you need to do is give us a call, 0800 112 4433. Go to the website, www.sewingquarter.com, and see there. Ring our call centre about anything, anytime. They're able to answer your question. If they can't answer your question, they promise to get back to you within the 2 days. We're going now. Thank you so much, Zana. Now, I'm not in again now till Friday. You've got lovely Natasha for the next few days. So I'll see you on Friday, but you must tune in. Thank you for your company today. Thank you for all your lovely comments today. We do appreciate them. I do especially. I'll see you on Friday. Have a lovely, lovely, lovely afternoon. Bye.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter.